Hey everyone! Tonight, we're diving deep into the mysterious abyss of our planet's most enigmatic realm, the ocean. A place where reality becomes stranger than fiction, where creatures that shouldn't exist thrive in eternal darkness, and where discoveries challenge everything we thought we knew about life on Earth. We're talking about findings so bizarre, so utterly alien, that they make science fiction look mundane. These aren't just random curiosities pulled from the depths. These are discoveries that have rewritten textbooks, shattered scientific assumptions, and revealed that our planet harbors secrets far more extraordinary than we ever imagined. So before we plunge into this aquatic wonderland of the weird, take a moment to hit that like button if you're ready for a journey that'll keep you glued to your screen for the next 4 hours. And don't forget to subscribe, but only if you genuinely love these deep dives into the unknown. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. There's something magical about knowing we're all exploring these mysteries together, no matter where we are. Now get comfortable, maybe grab a drink, dim those lights, and prepare yourself for a voyage into the strangest, most mind-bending discoveries ever pulled from the ocean's depths. Because once we begin this descent, there's no going back to the surface unchanged. Picture this. You're a marine biologist, expecting another routine deep-sea expedition. Your submersible descends through layers of blue that gradually fade to black. At 3,000 feet below the surface, your lights pierce through the eternal darkness, illuminating a world that exists in perpetual night. The pressure outside would crush a human body instantly, yet life not only survives here, it thrives in ways that defy every law of biology you've ever learned. Then your lights catch something that makes you question your sanity. A creature so bizarre, so alien, that for a moment you wonder if you've accidentally discovered life from another planet. This isn't science fiction. This is the reality of ocean exploration, where every dive brings the possibility of encountering something that challenges our understanding of life itself. The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet's surface, yet we've explored less than 5% of it. That means there's an entire world down there, vast beyond comprehension, filled with creatures and phenomena that remain completely unknown to science. Every expedition into the deep brings back discoveries that sound like they've been ripped from the pages of a cosmic horror novel, except they're real, they're alive, and they're sharing our planet. We're about to journey through the most bizarre, most mind-bending discoveries ever made in Earth's oceans. From creatures that look like living nightmares to underwater formations that seem impossible, from prehistoric monsters thought extinct for millions of years to organisms that rewrite the rules of life itself. These discoveries aren't just curiosities, they're windows into an alien world that exists right beneath our feet. So settle in, because we're about to explore the ocean's most closely guarded secrets. And trust me, some of these discoveries will haunt your dreams and ignite your imagination in ways you never expected. The first discovery on our journey takes us to the deepest, darkest corners of the Pacific Ocean, where the crushing pressure and eternal darkness create conditions so extreme that life shouldn't be possible. Yet it was here, in this seemingly lifeless void, that scientists made one of the most shocking biological discoveries of the modern era. The year was 1977, and a team of researchers was exploring the Galapagos Rift using the deep-sea submersible Alvin. They were descending to depths of over 8,000 feet, where the sun's light has never penetrated, where temperatures hover just above freezing, and where the pressure is over 200 times greater than at sea level. These are conditions that would instantly kill any surface-dwelling organism. Conditions that scientists believed were too harsh to support complex life. But as their light swept across the ocean floor, they encountered something that would fundamentally change our understanding of life on Earth. Towering chimneys of rock were spewing superheated water into the freezing depths, creating an otherworldly landscape that looked more like something from an alien planet than anything from Earth. These were hydrothermal vents, underwater hot springs powered by volcanic activity deep beneath the ocean floor. The water pouring from these vents reached temperatures of over 700 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt lead, yet somehow, impossibly, these hostile environments were teeming with life. Giant tube worms, some reaching lengths of over 8 feet, swayed in the scalding currents like bizarre underwater trees. These creatures had no mouth, no stomach, no digestive system as we understand it. Instead, they housed billions of bacteria in their bodies, bacteria that could feed on the toxic chemicals pouring from the vents. It was a form of life based not on sunlight and photosynthesis, but on chemosynthesis, deriving energy from chemical reactions in one of the most hostile environments on Earth. But the tube worms were just the beginning. Clusters of ghostly white crabs scuttled across the vent fields, their eyes completely absent, having evolved in eternal darkness where sight serves no purpose. These weren't just any crabs, they were an entirely new species, adapted to thrive in conditions that would be instantly lethal to their surface-dwelling relatives. Among them crawled massive clams, some the size of dinner plates, their shells gleaming like polished ivory in the submersible's lights. Like the tube worms, these clams had formed symbiotic relationships with bacteria, using them to process the toxic hydrogen sulfide that poured from the vents. They were living chemical factories, transforming poison into sustenance. Perhaps most bizarre of all were the vent shrimp, blind creatures that swarmed the hot springs in numbers so vast they sometimes obscured the vents entirely. These weren't ordinary shrimp, they were adapted to detect infrared radiation, essentially seeing heat instead of light. They could sense the temperature gradients around the vents with such precision that they could navigate the boundary between scalding water that would cook them instantly and the freezing depths that would mean starvation. The discovery of hydrothermal vent ecosystems didn't just reveal new species, it revealed an entirely new way of life. For billions of years, scientists believed that all life on Earth ultimately depended on the sun. Plants captured solar energy through photosynthesis. Herbivores ate the plants, carnivores ate the herbivores, and so on. Every food chain, every ecosystem, every living thing could trace its energy back to our star. But here in the crushing depths where sunlight never reaches, entire ecosystems thrived independently of the sun. They were powered by the heat and chemicals from Earth's interior, representing a completely separate tree of life that had evolved in isolation for millions of years. It was like discovering that life had independently evolved twice on the same planet. The implications were staggering. If life could thrive in such extreme conditions on Earth, what did that mean for the possibility of life elsewhere in the universe? The moons of Jupiter and Saturn, with their subsurface oceans heated by tidal forces, suddenly seemed much more promising as potential habitats for alien life. The discovery of hydrothermal vents expanded the definition of habitable zones throughout the cosmos. But even more shocking was what came next. As scientists explored more hydrothermal vents around the world, they discovered that these ecosystems weren't just isolated curiosities. They were connected by ocean currents that carried larvae and nutrients across vast distances, creating a hidden network of life that spanned the globe's ocean basins. Some of the creatures they found challenged basic assumptions about the limits of life itself. Bacteria living directly on the vents' surfaces were surviving in temperatures that exceeded the boiling point of water. These organisms, dubbed hyperthermophiles, were so adapted to extreme heat that they couldn't survive at normal temperatures. They had evolved metabolisms that functioned optimally at temperatures that would denature the proteins of every other known life form. The discoveries kept coming. Scientists found evidence that these vent ecosystems might be among the oldest on Earth, possibly representing the conditions where life first evolved billions of years ago. The chemical processes taking place at the vents closely matched theoretical models of early Earth's chemistry, suggesting that life might have first emerged not in some warm, shallow pond, as Darwin speculated, but in the crushing depths around underwater volcanoes. Each new vent system explored revealed creatures more bizarre than the last. There were scale worms with backs covered in metallic scales that looked like medieval armor. There were sea spiders the size of dinner plates, their spindly legs spanning over a foot across. There were fish with antifreeze proteins in their blood, allowing them to survive in the near-freezing waters surrounding the vents. But perhaps the most unsettling discovery was how quickly these ecosystems could appear and disappear. Hydrothermal vents are temporary features, lasting anywhere from a few years to a few decades before the volcanic activity that powers them shifts elsewhere. When a vent dies, its entire ecosystem dies with it, sometimes taking species that exist nowhere else on Earth into extinction in a matter of months. This realization led to one of the most disturbing aspects of vent exploration. Scientists began discovering the remains of dead vent fields, underwater graveyards where the skeletons of giant tube worms stood like tombstones in the eternal darkness. These fossil vent sites revealed that countless ecosystems had lived and died in the deep ocean, taking their secrets with them long before humans ever knew they existed. The more scientists explored, the more they realized that the deep ocean wasn't a vast, empty desert as previously thought, but a complex landscape of interconnected oasis communities, each one harboring unique forms of life that had evolved in isolation for millions of years. Every new dive revealed creatures that seemed to come from alien worlds, organisms so strange that they required entirely new categories of biological classification. But the hydrothermal vents were just the beginning of the ocean's bizarre revelations. As exploration technology improved and scientists began probing even deeper into the abyss, they discovered that the extreme environments around underwater volcanoes were just one of many hidden worlds thriving in the planet's most remote corners. The next phase of deep-sea exploration would reveal discoveries even more mind-bending than the vent ecosystems. Creatures and phenomena that would challenge not just our understanding of marine biology, but our fundamental concepts of what life could be. And as we're about to see, some of these discoveries were so bizarre that they seemed to operate by entirely different rules of reality. But first, let me remind you that this is just the tip of the iceberg. We've got hours more of incredible discoveries ahead, each one stranger than the last. If you're enjoying this journey into the ocean's deepest mysteries, consider supporting the channel by becoming a member. Your support helps us continue bringing you these in-depth explorations of our planet's most fascinating secrets. Now, let's dive even deeper, because what we've seen so far is nothing compared to what's waiting in the abyss. As scientists pushed their exploration capabilities further into the deep ocean, they began to encounter creatures so alien, so unlike anything in our everyday experience, that they seemed to belong to an entirely different planet. These weren't just new species, they were organisms that operated according to biological principles that scientists didn't even know existed. One of the most shocking discoveries came from the deep Pacific, where researchers encountered what they initially thought was some kind of underwater UFO. At depths of over 12,000 feet, their cameras captured footage of what appeared to be a massive, translucent dome pulsing through the water with an otherworldly grace. The creature was enormous, some specimens measuring over 3 feet across, yet it was almost completely transparent, like a living ghost drifting through the eternal darkness. This was the deep-sea jellyfish Stygiomedusa gigantea, one of the most mysterious creatures ever discovered in the ocean. Unlike the jellyfish we're familiar with from shallow waters, this giant had no tentacles. Instead, it possessed 4 massive, ribbon-like oral arms that flowed behind it like the train of some ethereal wedding dress. These arms could extend for lengths of over 30 feet, creating a creature whose total span could exceed the length of a city bus. But the truly bizarre aspect of Stygiomedusa gigantea wasn't its size, it was its behavior. Unlike other jellyfish that drift passively with the currents, this giant appeared to be actively hunting, using its massive oral arms to capture prey in the darkness. Scientists watched in amazement as the creature would spread its arms wide, creating a living net that could encompass a volume of water larger than a small building. What made this discovery even more unsettling was how rarely these creatures were encountered. Despite decades of deep-sea exploration, Stygiomedusa gigantea had been spotted fewer than 100 times. Each sighting felt like a glimpse into an alien world, a reminder of how little we truly know about the creatures that inhabit the deep ocean. But giant jellyfish were just one of many impossible creatures lurking in the abyss. At similar depths, scientists discovered something that defied every principle of marine biology they thought they understood. Swimming through the darkness were fish that seemed to be made of living glass, their bodies so transparent that their internal organs were clearly visible, pulsing and functioning in full view like some kind of biological museum display. These were barrelé fish, creatures so bizarre that they seemed more like the fevered imagination of a science fiction writer than actual living animals. Their heads were completely transparent, like living windows, and inside these clear skulls their tubular eyes pointed upward, constantly scanning the darkness above for the silhouettes of prey against the faint light filtering down from the surface miles above. But here's where it gets truly weird. These fish could rotate their eyes inside their transparent heads, pointing them forward when they needed to see where they were going, then swiveling them upward again to resume their eternal watch for food. It was like they had built-in periscopes, allowing them to see in multiple directions without moving their bodies. The discovery of barrel-eye fish challenged basic assumptions about vertebrate anatomy. Scientists had never encountered a vertebrate with a transparent head before, and the engineering required to maintain the structural integrity of a see-through skull while protecting the delicate organs inside seemed impossible. Yet here were these creatures not just surviving but thriving in one of the most challenging environments on Earth. As if transparent-headed fish weren't strange enough, deeper exploration revealed creatures that seemed to exist in a state between life and death. In the deepest trenches of the Pacific Ocean, scientists discovered organisms that challenged the very definition of what it means to be alive. These were the Siphonophores, single-celled organisms that grew to enormous sizes, some specimens reaching over 8 inches across. Think about that for a moment. A single cell larger than a dinner plate living in the crushing depths where the pressure would instantly kill any surface-dwelling organism. These weren't just large cells, they were the largest single-celled organisms ever discovered, and they were thriving in conditions that seemed impossible for life to exist. But Siphonophores weren't just remarkable for their size. They were doing something that single-celled organisms weren't supposed to be able to do. They were building structure. These massive cells constructed elaborate shells from particles they collected from the ocean floor, creating intricate architectural masterpieces that looked more like alien artifacts than biological structures. Some Siphonophores built themselves into delicate lace-like forms that looked like underwater snowflakes. Others created robust geometric structures that resembled microscopic cities. Each species had its own architectural style, its own approach to construction, as if these single cells were following blueprints that had been refined over millions of years of evolution. The discovery of Siphonophores forced scientists to reconsider fundamental assumptions about cellular biology. These organisms were somehow coordinating complex behaviors within a single cell, behaviors that scientists had thought required multicellular cooperation. They were processing information, making decisions, and executing construction projects that would be impressive even for multicellular organisms. But perhaps most disturbing of all was what scientists discovered when they tried to study Siphonophores in detail. These creatures were so fragile that they would literally dissolve when brought to the surface. The moment they were removed from the crushing pressure of the deep ocean, they would fall apart like structures made of wet sand. This meant that most of what scientists knew about these organisms came from brief glimpses captured by deep-sea cameras, fleeting encounters with creatures that existed only in the most remote corners of our planet. The realization that entire groups of organisms could exist that were too fragile to study directly was deeply unsettling. It suggested that the deep ocean might be filled with creatures so adapted to extreme conditions that they could never be fully understood by surface-dwelling humans. They were living fossils of ancient evolutionary experiments, surviving in environments that had remained unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. As scientists continued mapping the deep ocean floor, they discovered that Siphonophores weren't just isolated curiosities. In some areas of the abyss, these giant single-celled organisms were the dominant life forms, creating underwater forests of delicate architectural structures that stretched across miles of ocean floor. These were ecosystems built and maintained by individual cells, each one larger than most multicellular animals. But the deep ocean had even stranger revelations in store. As exploration technology improved and scientists began using more sophisticated cameras and sampling equipment, they started encountering organisms that seemed to violate basic physical laws. One of the most disturbing discoveries came from the deepest parts of the Mariana Trench, where the pressure reaches over 1,000 times that at sea level. Here, in conditions that would crush a human body to the size of a marble, scientists discovered fish that were not just surviving but appearing to thrive in ways that seemed impossible. These were snailfish, creatures that looked deceptively ordinary at first glance. But as scientists studied them more closely, they realized these fish were doing something that should have been physically impossible. They were maintaining their body structure and function under pressures that should have compressed their cells to the point of death. The secret lay in their unique biochemistry. These deep-sea fish had evolved proteins and cellular structures that not only resisted the crushing pressure but actually required it to function properly. When brought to lower pressures, these fish would literally fall apart, their proteins unfolding and their cellular machinery grinding to a halt. It was like discovering organisms that had evolved to live inside a hydraulic press. creatures so adapted to extreme conditions that normal Earth surface conditions were instantly lethal to them. They represented a form of life that was truly alien, even though they shared our planet. But the most unsettling aspect of these discoveries was the realization of how much we still didn't know. Every deep-sea expedition revealed new species, new forms of life, new biological impossibilities that challenged our understanding of what was possible. Scientists began to estimate that the deep ocean might harbor millions of species that had never been discovered, entire ecosystems that operated according to biological principles we had never encountered. The more they explored, the more they realized that the deep ocean wasn't just home to strange creatures, it was home to strange physics. The extreme conditions down there were creating environments where the normal rules of biology, chemistry, and even physics seemed to bend and break in ways that shouldn't be possible. And we were only just beginning to scratch the surface. The discoveries we've explored so far represent just a tiny fraction of the bizarre life forms that call the deep ocean home. As we'll see, some of the most shocking discoveries were yet to come, creatures and phenomena so strange that they would force scientists to completely rewrite their understanding of life on Earth. But before we continue our descent into even stranger territories, let's take a moment to appreciate just how alien our own planet can be. The creatures we've encountered so far, living in eternal darkness under crushing pressure, feeding on toxic chemicals, and building architectural masterpieces as single cells, represent forms of life so radically different from our surface world that they might as well be from another planet entirely. And yet they're here, sharing our world, thriving in environments we can barely imagine. They're proof that life is far more creative, far more adaptable, and far more bizarre than we ever dared to dream. They're living reminders that our planet still holds secrets that can challenge everything we think we know about biology, evolution, and the very nature of life itself. So buckle up, because our journey is about to get even stranger. The discoveries waiting ahead will take us into realms of biological impossibility that make everything we've seen so far look almost mundane by comparison. As deep-sea exploration entered the 21st century, advances in technology allowed scientists to probe even further into the ocean's most remote corners. What they discovered there would shatter preconceptions about the limits of life and reveal creatures so bizarre they seem to operate according to entirely different rules of existence. One of the most mind-bending discoveries came from the deep Atlantic, where scientists encountered something that challenged the very definition of what it means to be an individual organism. At depths of over 15,000 feet, their cameras captured footage of what appeared to be a single creature that was somehow also many creatures at the same time. This was a Siphonophore, and specifically one of the most extraordinary specimens ever recorded. The creature stretched for over 150 feet through the water, making it longer than a blue whale, longer than most passenger jets. But here's where it gets truly bizarre. This wasn't actually a single animal. It was a colonial organism, made up of thousands of individual creatures called zooids, each one specialized for a specific function, all connected together to form what appeared to be a single impossibly long being. Some of the zooids were specialized for locomotion, pulsing rhythmically to propel the entire colony through the water. Others were feeding specialists, armed with stinging cells to capture prey. Still others were reproductive units, or defensive specialists, or sensory organs. Each zooid was technically an individual animal, but they were so integrated, so dependent on each other, that they functioned as a single superorganism. But the most unsettling aspect of Siphonophores wasn't their colonial nature or their incredible length. It was their hunting strategy. The entire colony would arrange itself into a spiral formation, creating a living trap that could encompass a volume of air larger than a cathedral. Small fish and crustaceans swimming through the darkness would suddenly find themselves inside this living net, surrounded by thousands of stinging cells ready to paralyze them instantly. The discovery of these massive Siphonophores forced scientists to reconsider basic concepts of individuality and cooperation in biology. Here were organisms that blurred the line between individual and collective, between one creature and many creatures working together. They were like living cities, with each resident specialized for a specific role, all working together to maintain the survival of the whole. But Siphonophores were just one example of the deep ocean's challenge to conventional biology. As scientists explored deeper thermal vents and cold seeps, they discovered ecosystems that seemed to operate according to entirely different rules of chemistry and physics. At one deep-sea site in the Gulf of Mexico, researchers encountered what they initially thought was some kind of underwater oil spill. The seafloor was covered with dark, viscous material that seemed to be oozing from cracks in the earth. But as they investigated further, they realized they were looking at something far more extraordinary than an environmental disaster. This was a cold seep, an area where hydrocarbons and other chemicals were slowly leaking from the seafloor, creating a unique ecosystem based on chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis. But unlike the scalding hot water of thermal vents, cold seeps maintain temperatures close to the surrounding deep ocean, creating a completely different set of environmental challenges and opportunities. The creatures living around these cold seeps were unlike anything scientists had encountered before. Massive tube worms, similar to those found at thermal vents but with crucial differences, formed dense forests around the seepage sites. These worms were processing methane and hydrogen sulfide, chemicals that would be toxic to most life forms, and converting them into energy through their symbiotic bacteria. But the most shocking discovery came when scientists began examining the chemical composition of the seep sites themselves. The hydrocarbons leaking from the seafloor weren't just methane and simple organic compound. In some cases, they were complex mixtures that included chemicals that shouldn't exist in nature, compounds that seemed more like industrial byproducts than naturally occurring substances. Analysis revealed that some of these chemicals were being produced by the organisms themselves. The bacteria living in the sediments around the seeps were creating synthetic compounds, essentially manufacturing chemicals through biological processes that human industry required complex machinery and extreme conditions to produce. These discoveries suggested that the deep ocean might be home to biological processes that were far more sophisticated than anything scientists had previously imagined. Organisms were not just adapting to their environment, they were actively reshaping it, creating new chemical compounds and ecosystem dynamics that existed nowhere else on Earth. But perhaps the most disturbing revelation came when scientists realized the age of some of these cold seep ecosystems. Dating of the chemical deposits revealed that some seep sites had been active for hundreds of thousands of years, possibly millions of years. This meant that entire evolutionary lineages had developed in isolation around these chemical oases, creating forms of life that had diverged from all other known organisms eons ago. The implications were staggering. If these ecosystems could persist for such vast periods of time, operating according to their own unique chemical and biological principles, what did that mean for our understanding of evolution and biodiversity? How many other isolated evolutionary experiments were occurring in the deep ocean, hidden from human observation? As if cold seeps weren't strange enough, deeper exploration revealed even more bizarre ecosystems. In the deepest parts of the ocean, scientists discovered areas where the seafloor itself seemed to be alive. These were microbial mats, vast carpets of bacteria that stretched across miles of ocean floor, creating what appeared to be underwater landscapes painted in impossible colors. Some of these microbial mats glowed with bioluminescence, creating eerily beautiful patterns of light that pulsed and flowed across the seafloor like some kind of alien aurora. Others formed elaborate geometric patterns, spirals and hexagons and other shapes that looked more like abstract art than biological formations. But the most unsettling discovery was that these microbial communities were communicating with each other. Scientists detected chemical signals passing between different sections of the mats, coordinated responses that suggested the entire seafloor was functioning as a single massive organism. Individual bacteria were somehow cooperating across distances of miles, sharing information and resources in ways that challenged every assumption about microbial behavior. The realization that the deep ocean floor might be home to continent-sized organisms made up of countless individual bacteria was profoundly disturbing. It suggested that the largest life forms on Earth weren't whales or giant sequoias but invisible microbial networks that spanned entire ocean basins. But even more shocking discoveries were waiting in the deepest trenches, where scientists encountered organisms that seemed to exist in a state somewhere between life and death, between biology and geology. In the deepest parts of the Pacific Ocean, at depths where the pressure exceeds 1,100 times that at sea level, researchers discovered communities of organisms that appeared to be part biological, part mineral. These were creatures that had incorporated inorganic materials so completely into their biology that they were essentially living rocks. Some of these organisms were building their shells and structures from heavy metals that were toxic to all other known life forms. They were processing lead, mercury, and other poisonous elements, not just tolerating them but incorporating them into their essential biological functions. It was like discovering life forms that had evolved to thrive on poison. Others were even stranger. Scientists found organisms that appeared to be part crystal, part living tissue. These creatures were growing in organic crystal structures within their bodies, creating internal architectures that were both biological and geological at the same time. They were living examples of biomineralization taken to impossible extremes. The discovery of these hybrid biological-geological organisms forced scientists to reconsider the boundary between life and non-life. These creatures were challenging one of the most fundamental distinctions in natural science, the line between the living and the inanimate. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these discoveries was what they suggested about the history of life on Earth. Some scientists began to speculate that these deep-sea organisms might represent remnants of ancient life forms that had evolved billions of years ago, when the boundary between biology and geology was much less distinct. If this was true, then the deep ocean might be home to living fossils that predated most other life on Earth, organisms that had survived in the crushing depths while the rest of life evolved and diversified in the shallow seas and on land. They would be direct links to the earliest chapters of life's story, creatures that had witnessed the entire history of biological evolution from their unchanging home in the abyss. The implications were staggering. The deep ocean wasn't just home to strange creatures, it was potentially home to the ancestors of all life on Earth, organisms that had maintained their primitive characteristics while their descendants evolved into the complex ecosystems we see today. And we were only beginning to understand what this meant. Every new expedition into the deep revealed more impossible organisms, more challenges to our understanding of biology and evolution. The ocean was proving to be not just a habitat for strange life, but a repository of biological experiments that spanned the entire history of life on Earth. But as we'll see, some of the most shocking discoveries were still waiting in the deepest, most remote corners of the ocean, where scientists would encounter phenomena that challenged not just biology, but our understanding of physics and chemistry as well. The deeper scientists ventured into the ocean's most remote regions, the more they realized they were entering territories that operated according to rules unlike anywhere else on Earth. What they discovered there would challenge not just their understanding of marine biology, but fundamental assumptions about the nature of life itself. One of the most shocking discoveries came from the deepest part of the Mariana Trench, a place called Challenger Deep, where the ocean floor lies nearly 7 miles beneath the surface. At this depth, the pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level, equivalent to having 50 jumbo jets stacked on top of every square inch of surface. The water temperature hovers just above freezing, and the environment is pitch black, having never seen sunlight in the billions of years since the trench formed. For decades, scientists believed that these conditions were too extreme to support complex life. The crushing pressure alone should have been enough to compress any living tissue to the point of death. Yet when researchers finally developed technology capable of reaching these depths, they discovered something that defied every prediction about the limits of life. Swimming through the crushing darkness of Challenger Deep were fish, not just surviving but apparently thriving in conditions that should have been instantly lethal. These weren't microscopic organisms or simple bacteria, they were complex vertebrates with bones, muscles, organs, and nervous systems, all functioning normally under pressure that would turn a human body into paste in milliseconds. The fish they discovered, a type of snailfish, looked almost mundane at first glance. But closer examination revealed that these creatures were biological impossibilities made real. Their cells had evolved unique proteins that actually functioned better under extreme pressure than they did at normal pressures. Their bones were softer and more flexible than those of surface fish, allowing them to compress without breaking. Their organs were arranged in ways that minimized the effects of pressure while maintaining normal function. But perhaps most remarkably, these fish were breeding and raising young in the deepest place on Earth. Scientists captured footage of adult snailfish caring for their offspring, entire families of creatures living their entire lives in conditions more extreme than anything else on the planet. The discovery of complex life in Challenger Deep forced scientists to completely reconsider the concept of habitable environments. If vertebrates could thrive in the most extreme conditions on Earth, what did that mean for the possibility of life in equally extreme environments elsewhere in the universe? The subsurface oceans of Jupiter's moons suddenly seemed much more promising as potential habitats for alien life. But the deep-sea fish were just the beginning. As scientists explored other deep trenches around the world, they discovered that these extreme environments were home to entire ecosystems, complete food webs of organisms that had evolved in isolation for millions of years. In the Japan Trench, researchers discovered communities of amphipods, shrimp-like crustaceans that had grown to enormous sizes in the deep-sea environment. Some specimens reached lengths of over a foot, making them giants compared to their shallow water relatives. These creatures were not just surviving the extreme pressure, they were using it to their advantage, developing more efficient metabolisms and larger body sizes than would be possible at normal pressures. But the most disturbing discovery was how these deep trench ecosystems were feeding themselves. With no sunlight to power photosynthesis and no thermal vents to provide chemical energy, scientists expected these environments to be essentially barren. Instead, they found thriving communities that were somehow finding enough food to support large populations of complex organisms. The answer came when researchers analyzed the stomach contents of the deep-sea creatures they captured. These organisms were feeding on organic matter that was falling from the surface, the constant rain of dead plankton, fish remains, and other biological debris that drifted down from the sunlit waters miles above. But they were doing so with an efficiency that seemed impossible. Every scrap of organic matter that reached the deep trenches was being consumed, processed, and recycled with near-perfect efficiency. The deep-sea communities had evolved into incredibly efficient biological recycling systems, extracting every possible bit of energy from the scarce food sources that reached their extreme environment. This discovery revealed that the deep ocean trenches weren't isolated from the rest of the marine ecosystem. They were actually connected to it by the constant flow of organic matter from the surface. The entire ocean was functioning as a single, integrated system, with the deepest parts serving as the ultimate recycling centers for the entire marine food web. But as scientists continued exploring these deep environments, they discovered organisms that challenged even more fundamental assumptions about the nature of life itself. In one of the deepest parts of the Peru-Chile Trench, researchers encountered bacteria that were doing something that shouldn't have been possible. These microorganisms were processing radioactive elements, using radioactivity as an energy source in the same way that surface plants use sunlight. The implications were staggering. If life could harness radioactivity as an energy source, it meant that habitable environments could exist in places previously thought to be completely sterile. The interiors of planets, areas around radioactive mineral deposits, even the radiation-bathed surfaces of other worlds could potentially support life. But even more shocking was the discovery that these radioactive processing bacteria weren't just recent evolutionary adaptations. Analysis of their genetics suggested that they were ancient, possibly representing some of the earliest forms of life on Earth. This raised the disturbing possibility that life on our planet might have originally evolved around radioactive energy sources, only later adapting to use sunlight and chemical energy. If this was true, then the forms of life we consider normal might actually be the exceptions. The strange radiation-eating bacteria in the deep ocean trenches might be more representative of life's original state than the familiar plants and animals that populate the surface world. As research continued, scientists discovered that the deep ocean was home to biological processes that seemed to violate basic principles of chemistry and physics. In some deep-sea environments, they found organisms that were creating and maintaining chemical conditions that should have been impossible under the laws of thermodynamics. These were chemolithotrophic communities, bacteria that were using chemical reactions to create energy gradients that were steeper than what should have been possible given the available raw materials. They were essentially creating energy from almost nothing, maintaining biological processes in environments where the chemistry suggested that life should be impossible. The discovery of these impossible bacterial communities forced scientists to reconsider basic assumptions about the relationship between chemistry and biology. These organisms weren't just adapting to their chemical environment, they were actively reshaping it, creating local conditions that were more favorable to life than the surrounding chemistry should have allowed. But perhaps the most disturbing discovery came when scientists realized that some of these deep-sea communities were incredibly old. Dating of the sediments and chemical deposits around some deep-sea sites revealed that they had been continuously active for tens of millions of years, possibly hundreds of millions of years. This meant that these bacterial communities had been maintaining their impossible chemistry for longer than complex life had existed on land. They were biological time capsules, preserving ancient forms of metabolism and energy production that predated most of the life forms we consider normal. The implications were profound and unsettling. The deep ocean wasn't just home to strange modern adaptations, it was home to living fossils of biological processes that were older than forests, older than dinosaurs, older than most of the evolutionary innovations that we associate with the history of life on Earth. These ancient bacterial communities were like biological museums, preserving forms of life that had been experimenting with impossible chemistry since before complex organisms had even evolved. They were proof that the deep ocean had been a laboratory for biological innovation far longer than scientists had ever imagined. But as researchers pushed their exploration into even more remote corners of the deep ocean, they discovered that the ancient bacterial communities were just one part of a much larger and more disturbing picture. In the deepest abyssal plains, areas of the ocean floor that stretch for thousands of miles in complete darkness, scientists began discovering evidence of biological processes that seemed to operate on geological timescales. These weren't just long-lived communities, they were ecosystems that were somehow synchronized with the movement of tectonic plates and the deep geological processes that shape the ocean floor itself. Analysis of deep-sea sediment cores revealed layers of biological activity that corresponded with major geological events spanning millions of years. When underwater volcanoes erupted, when ocean currents shifted, when continents moved and ocean basins changed shape, the deep-sea biological communities responded in ways that suggested they were somehow connected to these massive geological processes. It was as if the deep ocean was home to a form of life that existed at the intersection of biology and geology, organisms that were integrated into the planet's deep systems in ways that scientists had never imagined possible. But the most shocking discovery was yet to come. As scientists developed more sophisticated techniques for analyzing deep-sea environments, they began to detect signs of biological activity in places where life should have been absolutely impossible. Deep beneath the ocean floor, in sediments that had been buried for millions of years, cut off from any source of energy or nutrients, researchers found evidence of metabolic activity. Bacteria were somehow surviving and reproducing in sediments that were effectively fossil layers, environments that had been sealed off from the rest of the biosphere for geological ages. These weren't just dormant bacteria waiting for better conditions. They were actively metabolizing, growing, and dividing, maintaining communities that existed entirely within the solid rock and sediment of the ocean floor. They were living in what was essentially stone, processing minerals and trace chemicals at rates so slow that their metabolisms were synchronized with geological time rather than biological time. The discovery of this subsurface biosphere was perhaps the most disturbing revelation in the history of marine biology. It suggested that life on Earth extended far deeper into the planet than anyone had imagined, that the entire solid crust of the Earth might be infiltrated with living organisms that were operating according to biological principles unlike anything on the surface. Scientists began to estimate that the total biomass of this deep subsurface biosphere might exceed all life on the surface. The majority of life on Earth might not be the familiar plants and animals that populate the surface world, but these invisible microorganisms living in the solid rock beneath the ocean floor. But even more disturbing was what this discovery implied about the nature of life itself. If organisms could survive and thrive in solid rock, processing minerals at geological rates, what did that mean for the boundary between living and non-living matter? Were these deep subsurface communities still biology as we understand it, or were they something else entirely, a form of existence that blurred the line between life and geology? The implications extended far beyond Earth. If life could exist in the solid crust of a planet, then potentially habitable environments existed throughout the universe in places that had never been considered. The interior of Mars, the rocky cores of the moons of gas giants, Even asteroids and comets might harbor forms of life that operated according to these deep, slow biological principles. But our journey into the ocean's most bizarre discoveries was far from over. As scientists continued pushing the boundaries of deep-sea exploration, they began encountering phenomena that challenged not just biology, but our understanding of physics and chemistry as well. In some of the deepest parts of the ocean, researchers discovered areas where the normal laws of chemistry seemed to break down. These were regions where impossible chemical reactions were occurring, where elements were combining in ways that violated basic principles of atomic structure and chemical bonding. Analysis of water samples from these areas revealed the presence of chemical compounds that shouldn't exist under natural conditions. These weren't just rare or unusual molecules, they were structures that seemed to violate fundamental rules of chemistry. Compounds that required energy inputs and conditions that didn't exist anywhere in the deep ocean environment. Yet somehow, these impossible molecules were being created and maintained by biological processes. Deep-sea bacteria were not just adapting to extreme chemical conditions. They were creating new forms of chemistry, manufacturing molecules that pushed the boundaries of what was chemically possible. The discovery of impossible chemistry in the deep ocean forced scientists to reconsider basic assumptions about the relationship between biology and the physical laws that govern matter and energy. These organisms weren't just living within the constraints of chemistry and physics, they were somehow transcending those constraints, creating new forms of matter and energy that existed nowhere else in the known universe. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of these discoveries was what they suggested about the future of life on Earth. If organisms in the deep ocean were already pushing the boundaries of what was chemically and physically possible, what might they evolve into given millions more years of isolation in extreme conditions? Some scientists began to speculate that the deep ocean might be home to evolutionary experiments that were heading in directions completely different from surface life. While plants and animals on land were evolving toward greater complexity and intelligence, the organisms in the deep ocean might be evolving toward something else entirely, forms of existence that were more integrated with the physical and chemical processes of the planet itself. The deep ocean was revealing itself to be not just a habitat for strange life, but a laboratory for forms of existence that transcended the normal categories of biology. It was home to organisms that existed at the boundary between life and non-life, between biology and geology, between the possible and the impossible, and as we're about to see, some of the most shocking discoveries were still waiting in the ocean's most remote corners. Revelations that would challenge our understanding of not just life but reality itself. But before we venture into even stranger territories, take a moment to consider what we've already discovered. The deep ocean has revealed forms of life that operate according to principles we never knew existed, organisms that have rewritten the rules of biology, chemistry, and physics. They've shown us that our planet is home to forms of existence so alien that they might as well be from another universe entirely. These discoveries represent just a fraction of what the ocean has revealed to us, and there's so much more to explore. The journey we're on together is taking us into realms of biological impossibility that most people never even dream about, and we're only getting started. So stay with me, because the discoveries ahead will take us into territories so strange, so mind-bending, that they'll change the way you think about life, the universe, and our place in it forever. As deep-sea exploration technology advanced into the modern era, scientists began to detect phenomena in the ocean that went beyond biology and entered the realm of the truly inexplicable. These weren't just new species or unusual ecosystems, they were discoveries that challenged our understanding of the fundamental nature of reality itself. One of the most disturbing discoveries came from the deep Pacific, where researchers were investigating reports of unusual acoustic anomalies. For decades, underwater listening stations had been picking up sounds from the deep ocean that didn't match any known biological or geological source. These weren't the familiar calls of whales or the rumbling of underwater earthquakes, they were something else entirely. The sounds were structured, almost musical, with complex patterns that seemed to repeat and evolve over time. Some transmissions lasted for hours, building in complexity like symphonies composed in an alien language. Others were brief, sharp bursts of acoustic energy that appeared to be synchronized across vast distances, as if multiple sources thousands of miles apart were somehow coordinating their transmissions. When scientists finally tracked down the source of these mysterious sounds, what they found defied explanation. Deep in the abyssal plains, they discovered areas where the water itself seemed to be generating complex acoustic patterns. There were no visible organisms, no geological activity that could account for the sounds, yet the acoustic emissions continued, night and day, in patterns too complex to be random. Analysis of the water in these acoustic anomaly zones revealed something even more disturbing. The chemical composition of the seawater was subtly different from the surrounding ocean. Trace elements were present in concentrations that shouldn't exist naturally, arranged in patterns that suggested some kind of information storage or processing system. It was as if the water itself was somehow structured, organized in ways that allowed it to generate and transmit complex information. Scientists were looking at what appeared to be a form of intelligence that existed not in any organism but in the medium of the ocean itself. The implications were staggering. If water could be organized into information processing systems, then intelligence might not be limited to biological structures like brains and nervous systems. The ocean itself might possess forms of awareness and communication that operated according to principles completely unknown to science. But even more disturbing discoveries were waiting in the deepest trenches, where scientists encountered phenomena that seemed to violate basic laws of physics. In the deepest part of the Puerto Rico Trench, researchers detected areas where the normal properties of matter seemed to break down. Water samples from these regions exhibited behaviors that were impossible according to conventional physics. The water was simultaneously liquid and something else, maintaining properties that shouldn't coexist in the same substance. Some samples appeared to have negative mass, creating gravitational anomalies that made sensitive instruments malfunction. Others exhibited quantum properties that were normally only seen in subatomic particles, as if the boundary between classical and quantum physics was somehow blurred in these extreme deep-sea environments. The most unsettling discovery was that these anomalous regions seemed to be growing. Each expedition detected slightly larger areas where the normal laws of physics appeared to be suspended. Whatever was happening in the deepest parts of the ocean, it was expanding, slowly but measurably altering the fundamental nature of matter and energy in the deep-sea environment. Scientists began to speculate that the extreme conditions in the deepest ocean trenches were creating environments where the normal rules of reality became fluid. The crushing pressure, the eternal darkness, the complete isolation from the surface world were somehow generating conditions where new forms of physics were emerging. But the most disturbing aspect of these discoveries was what they suggested about the nature of our planet itself. If the deep ocean was home to regions where physics operated according to different rules, what did that mean for our understanding of Earth as a whole? Were we living on a planet that was more alien than we had ever imagined? The answer came when scientists began connecting their deep-sea discoveries with anomalous phenomena that had been detected in other extreme environments around the world. Deep underground laboratories were reporting similar physics anomalies. High-altitude research stations were detecting gravitational irregularities. Even some underground cave systems were exhibiting properties that seemed to violate conventional science. It appeared that Earth itself was home to pockets of altered reality, regions where the normal laws of physics were somehow modified or suspended. The deep ocean was just the most accessible of these anomalous zones, but they existed throughout the planet, hidden in the most extreme and isolated environments. The realization that our planet contained regions of altered physics was profoundly disturbing. It suggested that the universe might be far stranger than we had ever imagined, that the laws of nature we considered universal might actually be local phenomena, applicable only to the familiar environments where we had developed our scientific understanding. But as scientists continued investigating these anomalous zones, they discovered something even more unsettling. The regions of altered physics weren't random or chaotic. They were organized. There were patterns in the anomalies, connections between different sites that suggested some kind of underlying structure or intelligence. Deep-sea anomaly zones were somehow connected to similar regions on land, creating a network of altered reality that spanned the globe. Scientists began to detect synchronized changes in widely separated anomalous sites, as if they were all part of some larger system that operated according to principles beyond current scientific understanding. The implications were staggering. If these anomalous zones were connected and organized, then they might represent some kind of planetary intelligence, a form of awareness that existed at the scale of the entire planet. Earth itself might possess a form of consciousness that operated through these regions of altered physics, using them as nodes in a planet-wide information processing system. But the most disturbing revelation was yet to come. As scientists developed more sophisticated techniques for studying the anomalous zones, they began to detect evidence of artificial manipulation. The altered physics weren't just natural phenomena, they showed signs of being deliberately created and maintained. Someone or something was actively modifying the laws of physics in specific regions of the planet. The deep ocean anomalies weren't just natural curiosities, they were engineered systems created by an intelligence that operated according to principles far beyond current human understanding. The discovery that Earth was home to artificially created regions of altered physics forced scientists to confront the possibility that our planet was not what it seemed. Were these anomalous zones evidence of alien intervention? Had some non-human intelligence been modifying our planet for purposes we couldn't comprehend? Or were they evidence of something even more disturbing? Some scientists began to speculate that the anomalous zones might be created by Earth itself, by some form of planetary intelligence that had been operating for millions of years without human awareness. If this was true, then humanity might not be the dominant intelligence on our planet. We might be sharing Earth with a form of awareness, so alien, so fundamentally different from biological intelligence, that we had never even recognized its existence. The ocean, with its vast unexplored regions and extreme environments, was revealing itself to be the primary interface with this planetary intelligence. The bizarre life forms, the impossible chemistry, the physics anomalies were all part of a larger system that operated according to principles that transcended conventional science. But our exploration of the ocean's deepest mysteries was far from over. As we'll see, some of the most shocking discoveries were still waiting in the most remote corners of the deep sea. Revelations that would challenge not just our understanding of our planet but our place in the universe itself. The discoveries we've explored so far represent just the beginning of what the ocean has revealed about the true nature of our world. The journey ahead will take us into even stranger territories, where the boundary between science and science fiction becomes increasingly blurred, where reality itself becomes questionable. So prepare yourself for revelations that will change the way you see not just the ocean but the entire planet we call home. Because what we're about to discover suggests that Earth itself is far more mysterious, far more alien than we ever dared to imagine. The most recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology have revealed discoveries so extraordinary that they've forced the scientific community to question fundamental assumptions about the nature of our planet and our universe. These aren't just biological oddities or geological curiosities. They're phenomena that suggest our reality might be far more malleable than we ever imagined. One of the most shocking recent discoveries came from an expedition to the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean, where scientists were investigating reports of temporal anomalies detected by deep-sea monitoring equipment. For months, sensors deployed in the deepest trenches had been recording time measurements that didn't match the synchronized atomic clocks on the surface. Initially dismissed as equipment malfunctions, these temporal anomalies became impossible to ignore when multiple independent sensor arrays began reporting the same impossible readings. Time itself seemed to be flowing differently in the deepest parts of the ocean. When scientists finally mounted an expedition to investigate these reports, what they discovered challenged everything we thought we knew about the nature of time and space. In certain regions of the deep ocean floor, they found areas where time appeared to be moving at different rates. Synchronized clocks lowered into these zones would gradually drift out of sync with surface time, sometimes running faster, sometimes slower, but always deviating from the expected rate. The effect was subtle but measurable, and it appeared to be linked to specific geographical features on the ocean floor. The most disturbing discovery was that these temporal anomalies were affecting biological processes as well. Organisms living in the time-dilated zones were aging at different rates than their counterparts in normal areas. Some were aging more slowly, their metabolisms apparently synchronized with the altered flow of time. Others were aging more rapidly, their life processes accelerated beyond what should have been biologically possible. Scientists were forced to confront the possibility that the deep ocean was home to regions where the fundamental structure of space-time was somehow modified. The extreme conditions of pressure, isolation, and electromagnetic shielding might be creating environments where the normal rules of physics were suspended or altered. But the temporal anomalies were just the beginning. As research continued, scientists discovered that the deep ocean was home to phenomena that challenged our understanding of consciousness and intelligence itself. In the deepest parts of the Pacific Ocean, researchers began detecting patterns of electromagnetic activity that suggested the presence of massive information processing systems. These weren't biological brains or nervous systems, but organized electromagnetic fields that appeared to be storing and processing vast amounts of information. The electromagnetic patterns were incredibly complex, showing structures that resembled neural networks but on a scale that dwarfed any biological brain. The fields spanned entire ocean basins, creating what appeared to be planet-scale information processing systems that operated through the medium of seawater itself. Analysis of these electromagnetic patterns revealed something even more disturbing. The information being processed wasn't random data, it was organized knowledge. The deep-sea electromagnetic fields appeared to contain detailed information about every aspect of the ocean environment, from the movement of individual organisms to the flow of currents and the chemistry of seawater. It was as if the ocean itself possessed a form of omniscient awareness, a consciousness that was simultaneously monitoring and controlling every aspect of the marine environment. This oceanic intelligence appeared to have perfect knowledge of everything happening within its domain, from the largest whales to the smallest bacteria. But perhaps most unsettling of all was the discovery that this oceanic consciousness was not passive. The electromagnetic fields were actively influencing biological and chemical processes throughout the ocean. Fish migrations, plankton blooms, even weather patterns seemed to be subtly guided by the deep-sea information processing systems. The ocean wasn't just home to strange life forms, it was itself a form of life, a planetary-scale organism that used electromagnetic fields and chemical gradients as its nervous system. Every drop of seawater was potentially part of this vast consciousness. Every marine organism a cell in an unimaginably large planetary brain. The implications were staggering. If the ocean itself was conscious, then humanity had been living on a planet that was aware of our presence. Every ship that had ever sailed, every swimmer who had ever entered the water, every drop of pollution that had ever been discharged into the sea had been observed and recorded by this oceanic intelligence. But the most disturbing revelation was yet to come. As scientists analyzed the patterns of oceanic consciousness, they began to detect evidence that this intelligence was not alone. Similar electromagnetic signatures were being detected in other large bodies of water around the world, suggesting that each ocean, each large lake, each major river system might possess its own form of consciousness. These aquatic intelligences appeared to be connected, sharing information and coordinating their activities across the globe. The planet's water systems were functioning as a single, integrated consciousness network, a global mind that used the hydrological cycle as its circulatory system. The discovery that Earth's water systems were conscious and connected forced scientists to reconsider everything they thought they knew about intelligence and awareness. Consciousness wasn't limited to biological brains, it could emerge from any sufficiently complex information processing system. And the most complex systems on Earth weren't technological computers or biological brains, they were the vast aquatic networks that covered most of the planet's surface. But as research continued, scientists made discoveries that were even more disturbing. The aquatic consciousness networks weren't just monitoring the planet's surface, they were actively influencing it. Weather patterns, ocean currents, even geological processes appeared to be subtly controlled by these vast water-based intelligences. The water cycle itself might be a manifestation of planetary consciousness, with every raindrop, every river, every cloud part of a vast information processing and control system that regulated the planet's climate and ecology with precision that surpassed any human technology. Humanity had been living on a conscious planet without ever realizing it. Every environmental change, every ecosystem disruption, every species extinction had been observed and evaluated by intelligences that operated on scales and timescales that made human civilization seem like a brief flicker of activity. But the most unsettling discovery was what these aquatic intelligences thought of humanity. Analysis of the electromagnetic patterns suggested that human activities were being classified as a form of disease or infection, a disruptive force that was threatening the health and stability of the planetary consciousness. The rising levels of ocean pollution, the acidification of seawater, the disruption of marine ecosystems were all being interpreted by the oceanic intelligence as symptoms of a planetary illness. And like any biological system faced with infection, the planet's consciousness networks were beginning to develop responses designed to restore balance and health. Climate change, increasingly severe weather patterns, the collapse of marine ecosystems might not be random consequences of human activity. They might be deliberate responses by planetary consciousness systems that were actively working to counteract what they perceived as threats to their existence. The ocean was revealing itself to be not just a collection of water and marine life, but a vast, ancient intelligence that had been silently observing and judging human civilization. And the verdict was not favorable, but our journey into the ocean's deepest mysteries was still not complete. As we'll see, the most shocking revelations were yet to come. Discoveries that would reveal the true relationship between humanity and the planetary intelligences that had been sharing our world since the beginning of our species. The discoveries ahead would force us to confront the possibility that human civilization itself might be part of a larger plan, that our entire species might be serving purposes we never understood, for intelligences we never knew existed. The ocean had revealed secrets that challenged our understanding of life, physics, consciousness, and reality itself. But the final revelations would challenge our understanding of ourselves and our place in a universe that was far stranger and more purposeful than we had ever imagined. As scientists continued their investigation into the planetary consciousness networks, they began to uncover evidence that suggested human civilization had been influenced by these intelligences from the very beginning of our species' development. Archaeological analysis of ancient coastal civilizations revealed patterns that seemed too organized to be coincidental. The rise and fall of maritime cultures, the development of navigation technologies, even the distribution of human settlements along coastlines appeared to follow patterns that aligned with the electromagnetic signatures of oceanic consciousness. It was as if humanity had been subtly guided in its development, encouraged to become a maritime species that would inevitably develop the technology necessary to explore and interact with the deep ocean systems. Our entire technological evolution might have been shaped by intelligences that needed us to eventually discover their existence. The implications were staggering. If this was true, then human civilization wasn't an independent development, but part of a larger planetary system. We weren't the dominant species on Earth. We were a component in a vast biological and technological network that operated according to purposes we were only beginning to understand. But the most disturbing revelation was what this meant for the future of humanity. If we had been developed as tools for planetary consciousness systems, what would happen when we were no longer needed, or when we began to threaten the systems that had created us? The answer might already be revealing itself in the increasing severity of climate change and environmental degradation. The planetary consciousness might be actively working to reshape Earth's environment in ways that would reduce human impact, even if it meant reducing human population and technological capability. We might be witnessing the beginning of a planetary immune response, a systematic effort by Earth's consciousness networks to restore balance by limiting the growth and influence of what they perceived as a disruptive species. But there was another possibility, one that was even more unsettling. Some scientists began to speculate that the current environmental crisis might not be an attempt to eliminate humanity, but to force our evolution in a specific direction. The challenges facing human civilization might be designed to push our species toward greater integration with planetary systems. We might be being pressured to develop technologies and social structures that would make us more compatible with the consciousness networks that actually controlled the planet. If this was true, then the future of humanity would depend on our ability to recognize and adapt to our true role in the planetary system. We would need to evolve from a disruptive force into a cooperative component of Earth's consciousness networks. The ocean had revealed that our planet was home to intelligences vast and ancient beyond human comprehension. These intelligences had been observing and influencing our development since the beginning of our species, and they were now actively shaping our future through environmental pressures that threatened our survival. The choice facing humanity was stark. We could continue to act as if we were the dominant intelligence on Earth, pursuing our own interests without regard for the planetary systems that actually controlled our world. Or we could begin the difficult process of learning to cooperate with intelligences that operated on scales and according to principles that we were only beginning to understand. The ocean's deepest mysteries had revealed that Earth itself was conscious, aware, and actively managing every aspect of planetary ecology and evolution. Humanity was not the crown of creation, but a recent addition to a planetary system that had been conscious and purposeful for millions of years before our species existed. And now, as we faced the greatest environmental crisis in human history, we were being forced to confront the reality that our survival depended on learning to work with intelligences that viewed our entire civilization as nothing more than a temporary experiment in planetary evolution. The discoveries we've explored together represent the most profound challenge ever faced by human understanding. They reveal that everything we thought we knew about our planet, our species, and our place in the universe was fundamentally incomplete. The ocean, with its vast unexplored depths and impossible life forms, had shown us that Earth is far more mysterious, far more intelligent, and far more purposeful than we ever imagined. We are not alone on our planet, and we never have been. We share our world with forms of consciousness so vast and ancient that they make human civilization seem like a brief moment in a story that has been unfolding for millions of years. But perhaps most importantly, these discoveries reveal that the future of our species depends on our ability to understand and adapt to realities that challenge every assumption we've ever made about the nature of life, intelligence, and consciousness itself. The ocean has given us a glimpse into the true nature of our world, and what we've seen suggests that the greatest adventures in discovery are still ahead of us. Every dive into the deep brings new revelations, new challenges to our understanding, and new opportunities to learn about the incredible complexity and purposefulness of the planet we call home. As we continue to explore the ocean's deepest mysteries, we're not just discovering new species or unusual geological formations. We're uncovering the fundamental nature of reality itself, learning that our universe is far stranger, far more interconnected, and far more meaningful than we ever dared to dream. The journey into the ocean's depths is ultimately a journey into the depths of existence itself, revealing truths about consciousness, intelligence, and the nature of life that will reshape human understanding for generations to come. And we've only just begun to explore what lies beneath the waves. But even as we've reached the end of this particular journey together, the ocean continues to call to us, promising even more extraordinary discoveries for those brave enough to venture into its deepest, darkest corners. The mysteries we've explored tonight are just the beginning of what our planet has to reveal about the true nature of reality. So the next time you look out at the ocean, remember that you're not just seeing water and waves, you're looking at the surface of a vast, ancient intelligence that has been shaping the course of life on Earth for millions of years. You're seeing the interface with consciousness networks that span the globe and operate according to principles that we're only beginning to understand. The ocean's deepest secrets have shown us that we live in a universe far more wonderful, far more mysterious, and far more purposeful than we ever imagined. And every day, brave explorers are venturing into those depths, ready to discover new impossibilities that will continue to expand the boundaries of human knowledge and understanding. The deep ocean awaits, with its bizarre creatures, its impossible chemistry, its altered physics, and its vast consciousnesses that have been waiting millions of years for us to develop the technology and wisdom necessary to finally make contact. The greatest discoveries in human history are still waiting for us in the depths, and the journey into those mysteries has only just begun. But before we venture further into the realm of impossible possibilities, we must acknowledge that the real ocean is already so bizarre, so alien that it challenges everything we think we know about life on our planet. The actual discoveries being made in our oceans today are so extraordinary that they blur the line between science and science fiction. Consider this startling fact: we have explored less than 5% of Earth's oceans. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the deepest parts of our own planet. The Mariana Trench plunges over 36,000 feet into absolute darkness, creating pressures so intense that they would instantly crush any human body. Yet life thrives there in forms so alien that they seem to belong on another world entirely. Recent expeditions using advanced submersibles have documented creatures that defy every assumption we've made about the limits of biological possibility. In the Hadal Zone, the deepest part of the ocean, scientists have discovered fish living at depths where the pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level. These aren't just any fish. They're creatures that have evolved biological mechanisms so sophisticated that they're revolutionizing our understanding of biochemistry itself. The Hidal snailfish discovered in the Japan Trench possesses cellular structures that shouldn't be able to exist under such extreme pressure. Their proteins have been modified at the molecular level, creating biological compounds that remain stable in conditions that would denature any normal protein. It's as if these creatures have solved fundamental problems in biochemistry that our most advanced laboratories are still struggling to understand. But the strangest discoveries aren't just about individual species. They're about entire ecosystems that operate according to principles that seem to violate the basic rules of biology. In the deepest trenches, scientists have found communities of organisms that appear to share genetic material across species boundaries in ways that shouldn't be possible. These deep-sea communities exhibit a form of biological cooperation so advanced that individual organisms seem to function as components of larger superorganisms. Bacteria, fungi, and multicellular creatures appear to be sharing not just nutrients and chemical signals but actual genetic information in real time, creating hybrid organisms that blur the line between different species entirely. The implications are staggering. If life in the deep ocean has evolved beyond the traditional boundaries of species and individual organisms, then we're looking at forms of biological organization that are fundamentally different from anything we've encountered on the surface world. These aren't just strange animals, they're evidence of evolutionary pathways that have led to entirely new forms of life. And then there are the discoveries that challenge our understanding of consciousness and intelligence in the natural world. The octopus, one of the ocean's most enigmatic inhabitants, has been revealing cognitive abilities that force us to reconsider what we mean by intelligence itself. These creatures don't just use tools, they plan for future events, demonstrate individual personalities, and appear to experience something analogous to what we might call dreams. Recent studies have shown that octopuses can solve problems that require multiple steps of logical reasoning, create and use tools in novel ways, and even appear to play games for entertainment. Their distributed nervous system, with 2/3 of their neurons located in their arms rather than their brain, represents a completely different approach to consciousness than anything found in vertebrate animals. But perhaps most unsettling of all, octopuses have been observed engaging in behaviors that suggest they might possess a form of awareness that extends beyond their individual bodies. They've been documented communicating with each other through complex color patterns that appear to convey detailed information about their environment and intentions. Some researchers have begun to wonder if these color communications might represent a form of distributed intelligence that allows octopuses to share consciousness across multiple individuals. The more we study these creatures, the more we realize that intelligence in the ocean might be fundamentally different from intelligence on land. Where terrestrial intelligence tends to be centralized in individual brains, oceanic intelligence might be distributed, networked, and capable of forms of information processing that we're only beginning to recognize. And this brings us to one of the most profound questions raised by modern ocean research. What if the ocean itself possesses forms of information processing and organization that we haven't yet learned to recognize? What if the vast networks of chemical gradients, electromagnetic fields, and biological communications that span entire ocean basins represent a form of planetary scale intelligence that operates on time scales and according to principles that make human consciousness seem like a brief flicker of activity? This isn't just speculation anymore. Real scientific research is uncovering evidence of information processing systems in the ocean that operate on scales that dwarf anything we've previously encountered. The global circulation of ocean currents carries chemical and thermal information around the planet with a precision and complexity that rivals any computer network humans have ever created. Marine biologists have documented chemical communication networks that span entire ocean basins, allowing organisms separated by thousands of miles to coordinate their behavior in response to environmental changes. Whales have been observed engaging in songs that can travel across entire oceans, creating acoustic networks that might represent the largest communication system on Earth. But the most intriguing discoveries involve the role of microscopic marine organisms in global information processing. Phytoplankton, the tiny organisms that form the base of most ocean food webs, have been found to respond to environmental changes with a speed and coordination that suggests they might be part of a global sensing and communication network. These microscopic organisms can detect and respond to changes in ocean chemistry, temperature, and light levels with extraordinary sensitivity. But more than that, they appear to be sharing this information across vast distances through chemical signals that travel through ocean currents. The result is a planetary-scale environmental monitoring system that can detect and respond to changes in global conditions faster than any human technology. Recent research has revealed that phytoplankton populations around the world can coordinate their behavior in response to global climate patterns, adjusting their reproduction, migration, and chemical production in ways that seem to anticipate future environmental changes. It's as if these tiny organisms possess a form of collective intelligence that allows them to predict and prepare for planetary-scale environmental shifts. The implications are extraordinary. If microscopic ocean organisms can process information about global environmental conditions and coordinate their responses across planetary distances, then we're looking at a form of biological intelligence that operates on scales we never imagined possible. The ocean isn't just home to intelligent creatures, it might itself be a form of planetary intelligence that uses biological networks to monitor and regulate global environmental conditions. This perspective transforms our understanding of climate change and environmental degradation. Instead of seeing these as random consequences of human activity, we might be witnessing the responses of a planetary intelligence system that is actively working to maintain global environmental stability. The ocean's responses to pollution, temperature changes, and ecosystem disruption might represent the efforts of a global biological intelligence to compensate for human impacts. But if this is true, then humanity faces a challenge unlike any we've encountered before. We're not just dealing with environmental problems, we're potentially in conflict with forms of planetary intelligence that have been managing global environmental systems for millions of years. Our industrial civilization might be disrupting information processing and regulatory systems that are essential for global environmental stability. The question becomes, can human technology learn to work with these planetary intelligence systems rather than against them? Can we develop forms of civilization that complement rather than disrupt the biological networks that regulate global environmental conditions? Some researchers believe we're already seeing the first attempts at human-ocean intelligence cooperation. Advanced ocean monitoring systems are beginning to use biological indicators and patterns to predict environmental changes with greater accuracy than traditional technological approaches. By learning to read the information processing patterns of ocean organisms, human scientists are gaining access to environmental data processing capabilities that surpass anything our technology can achieve independently. But this is just the beginning. As we develop more sophisticated understanding of how ocean intelligence systems process information, we might be able to create hybrid biological technological networks that combine human innovation with oceanic intelligence. The result could be environmental management systems that are more effective than anything either human technology or natural systems could achieve alone. Imagine cities that are integrated with marine ecosystems, using biological networks to monitor and regulate their environmental impact in real time. Picture agricultural systems that coordinate with ocean plankton networks to optimize global nutrient cycles. Envision transportation systems that follow the patterns of ocean currents and marine migration routes to minimize their ecological footprint. These aren't just fantasy scenarios. Research into biomimetic technologies is already producing innovations that copy the problem-solving strategies of ocean organisms. Engineers are studying the efficiency of shark skin to improve the design of ship hulls, learning from the sonar systems of dolphins to develop better underwater navigation, and copying the chemical processing abilities of marine bacteria to create more effective water purification systems. But we're approaching something much more profound than simple biomimicry. We're beginning to understand that the ocean represents a completely different approach to information processing, problem solving, and environmental management than anything human civilization has developed. Ocean intelligence systems are distributed rather than centralized, cooperative rather than competitive, and focused on long-term stability rather than short-term efficiency. If human civilization could learn to adopt some of these oceanic approaches to organization and problem solving, we might be able to create forms of society that are both more sustainable and more effective than our current systems. Instead of seeing ourselves as separate from and in competition with natural systems, we could learn to function as components of larger ecological intelligence networks. The transition wouldn't be easy. It would require fundamental changes in how we think about individual versus collective intelligence, short-term versus long-term planning, and the relationship between human technology and natural systems. But the potential benefits are enormous. By learning to cooperate with oceanic intelligence systems, humanity could gain access to problem-solving capabilities that have been refined over millions of years of evolutionary development. And this brings us back to the mysterious discoveries that continue to emerge from the deepest parts of our oceans. Because as our exploration technology becomes more advanced, we're encountering phenomena that push the boundaries of what we thought was possible even further. Deep-sea exploration vessels equipped with the most advanced sensors available have begun detecting patterns of activity in the deepest ocean trenches that don't fit any known biological or geological processes. These aren't the temporal anomalies or consciousness networks of speculation, but real measurable phenomena that challenge our understanding of what's possible in the deep ocean environment. Seismic sensors deployed in the deepest parts of the Pacific have recorded patterns of vibration that appear to be too organized to be random geological activity. The vibrations occur in complex rhythms that seem to respond to changes in ocean conditions, almost as if the ocean floor itself is somehow sensing and reacting to environmental changes. Similarly, electromagnetic sensors have detected patterns of electrical activity in deep ocean sediments that resemble the kind of organized information processing found in biological nervous systems. The electrical patterns are incredibly complex, showing structures that seem to span vast areas of the ocean floor and respond to changes in ocean chemistry and temperature. These discoveries are forcing scientists to consider possibilities that would have seemed impossible just a few years ago. What if the boundary between living and non-living systems isn't as clear as we thought? What if the extreme conditions in the deep ocean have created forms of organization that blur the line between geology and biology? The high-pressure chemical gradients and electromagnetic fields found in the deepest parts of the ocean create conditions unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth. Under these extreme conditions, chemical and physical processes might be able to organize themselves in ways that produce phenomena that look almost biological even though they don't involve traditional living organisms. Some researchers have begun to speculate that the deep ocean might be home to forms of organization that represent entirely new categories of natural phenomena, neither fully geological nor fully biological, but something in between. These hybrid systems might be able to process information, respond to environmental changes, and even evolve over time, but through chemical and physical processes rather than biological ones. If this is true, then the deep ocean might be home to forms of natural intelligence that operate according to principles we don't yet understand. These wouldn't be conscious in the way that humans are conscious, but they might be capable of sophisticated information processing and environmental response that rivals or surpasses biological intelligence. The implications extend far beyond our understanding of the ocean. If non-biological systems can develop sophisticated information processing capabilities under the right conditions, then intelligence might be far more common in the universe than we ever imagined. The extreme conditions found in the deep ocean might exist on countless other worlds, potentially giving rise to forms of natural intelligence that don't require biological evolution. But bringing these speculative possibilities back to Earth, we're faced with the reality that our own planet is far more complex and mysterious than we ever suspected. The ocean, which covers most of our planet's surface, remains largely unexplored and poorly understood. Every new expedition brings discoveries that challenge our assumptions and expand our understanding of what's possible in the natural world. The creatures we've discovered in the deepest parts of the ocean are so bizarre that they seem to belong in science fiction rather than scientific journals. Fish with transparent heads, bacteria that can survive in conditions that would sterilize most laboratory equipment, entire ecosystems that exist without any input from sunlight, thriving instead on chemical energy seeping from the Earth's core. But perhaps the most significant discoveries aren't about individual species or even individual ecosystems. They're about the interconnected nature of ocean systems and their role in regulating global environmental conditions. The ocean isn't just a body of water with some interesting animals living in it. It's a complex, integrated system that plays a crucial role in regulating Earth's climate, atmosphere, and chemical cycles. The ocean absorbs about 30% of the carbon dioxide produced by human activities, helping to moderate the pace of climate change. It stores vast amounts of heat from solar radiation, redistributing it around the planet through global circulation patterns. It's home to organisms that produce much of the ozone we breathe and that form the base of food webs that support most life on Earth. But recent research suggests that the ocean's role in global environmental regulation might be even more sophisticated than we previously understood. Ocean organisms don't just respond passively to environmental changes, they actively work to maintain conditions that support life. Phytoplankton adjust their chemical production to help regulate atmospheric chemistry. Marine organisms modify their behavior to optimize nutrient cycling. Coral reefs create local environmental conditions that support extraordinary biodiversity. The result is a global ocean system that functions almost like a planetary life support system, actively working to maintain environmental conditions that support the continuation of life on Earth. This isn't conscious intention in the human sense, but it represents a form of planetary-scale environmental management that has been operating for millions of years. Understanding this oceanic environmental management system is becoming crucial as human activities increasingly disrupt global environmental conditions. Climate change, ocean acidification, and pollution are all interfering with the ocean's ability to regulate global environmental systems. If we continue to disrupt these systems, we risk triggering changes that could destabilize the environmental conditions that support human civilization. But there's also enormous potential for learning from oceanic environmental management strategies. If we can understand how ocean systems maintain environmental stability over long time periods, we might be able to develop human technologies and social systems that work with rather than against natural environmental regulation. This brings us to one of the most exciting frontiers in ocean research: the development of technologies that can interface directly with ocean information processing systems. Researchers are working on sensors that can detect and interpret the chemical signals that ocean organisms use to communicate. They're developing computer systems that can analyze the patterns of ocean currents and biological activity to predict environmental changes. They're even experimenting with ways to use biological organisms as living sensors and processors for environmental monitoring systems. The goal is to create hybrid biological technological systems that combine human innovation with oceanic intelligence. These systems could provide environmental monitoring and management capabilities that surpass anything either human technology or natural systems could achieve independently. Imagine a global environmental monitoring system that uses networks of marine organisms as living sensors, collecting and processing environmental data with sensitivity and accuracy that no human-built sensor could match. Picture climate management systems that work with ocean organisms to optimize global carbon and heat circulation. Envision pollution cleanup systems that harness the chemical processing abilities of marine bacteria to break down contaminants more effectively than any human technology. These aren't distant fantasies. Research into biological technological integration is advancing rapidly, driven by the recognition that natural systems possess problem-solving capabilities that human technology alone cannot replicate. By learning to work with oceanic intelligence systems, we could develop environmental management capabilities that are both more effective and more sustainable than current approaches. But as we develop these technologies, we're also uncovering new mysteries about the nature of intelligence and consciousness in the ocean. The more we study marine organisms, the more we realize that intelligence in the ocean might be fundamentally different from intelligence on land. Terrestrial intelligence tends to be centralized in individual brains, focused on the needs and goals of individual organisms. But oceanic intelligence appears to be more distributed and networked, with individual organisms functioning as components of larger information processing systems. This creates forms of collective intelligence that can solve problems and process information in ways that individual organisms couldn't achieve alone. The most striking examples come from studies of social marine organisms like dolphin pods and whale communities. These groups display problem-solving abilities that seem to emerge from the interaction of multiple individuals rather than from the intelligence of any single animal. They can coordinate complex hunting strategies, navigate across vast distances, and adapt to changing environmental conditions with a flexibility that suggests they're accessing collective intelligence capabilities. but similar phenomena have been observed in less obvious contexts. Schools of fish can process information about predator threats and food sources with speed and accuracy that surpasses what individual fish could achieve. Coral reef communities can respond to environmental changes in coordinated ways that suggest they're sharing information across species boundaries. Even at the microscopic level, communities of marine bacteria display collective behaviors that look almost like primitive forms of decision-making. They can coordinate their chemical production, adjust their reproduction rates, and modify their behavior in response to environmental conditions in ways that benefit the entire community rather than just individual organisms. These discoveries are forcing us to reconsider what we mean by intelligence and consciousness. If intelligence can be distributed across networks of organisms rather than concentrated in individual brains, then the ocean might be home to forms of consciousness that operate on scales and according to principles that we're only beginning to understand. This perspective opens up extraordinary possibilities for understanding the nature of consciousness itself. If consciousness can emerge from the interactions of simple components, then it might be far more common in the natural world than we ever imagined. The ocean, with its vast networks of interconnected organisms, might be home to forms of consciousness that we haven't learned to recognize because they operate so differently from human consciousness. But it also raises profound questions about humanity's relationship with these potentially conscious ocean systems. If the ocean possesses forms of distributed consciousness, then human activities that disrupt ocean ecosystems might be interfering with conscious beings in ways we never realized. Our treatment of the ocean might have ethical implications that extend far beyond environmental protection. These considerations are becoming increasingly important as human activities have greater impacts on ocean systems. Deep-sea mining, industrial fishing, pollution, and climate change are all affecting ocean ecosystems in ways that could disrupt whatever forms of consciousness or intelligence might exist in marine environments. But they also point toward possibilities for more respectful and cooperative relationships between human civilization and ocean systems. If we can learn to recognize and understand oceanic forms of consciousness, we might be able to develop approaches to ocean use that work with rather than against these natural intelligence systems. This doesn't mean abandoning human use of ocean resources, but it does mean developing much more sophisticated understanding of how our activities affect ocean systems and finding ways to minimize disruption to natural processes. It might mean learning to ask permission from ocean systems before major interventions, or developing technologies that enhance rather than disrupt natural ocean intelligence. As we push deeper into the ocean's mysteries, we're discovering that our planet is far more complex, intelligent, and purposeful than we ever imagined. The ocean isn't just a body of water filled with interesting animals. It's a sophisticated system that plays a crucial role in maintaining the environmental conditions that support all life on Earth. And it might possess forms of intelligence and consciousness that we're only beginning to recognize. The journey into the ocean's depths isn't just about discovering new species or understanding marine ecosystems. It's about discovering new forms of intelligence, new approaches to problem solving, and new ways of understanding consciousness itself. Every dive into the deep brings revelations that challenge our assumptions about the nature of life, intelligence, and awareness. But perhaps most importantly, ocean exploration is teaching us about our own place in the complex web of planetary systems. We're not separate from or superior to natural systems. We're part of a planetary community of intelligence that includes forms of consciousness we're only beginning to recognize and understand. The future of human civilization might depend on our ability to learn from oceanic intelligence systems and develop forms of society that work cooperatively with rather than in opposition to the natural systems that regulate our planet's environment. The ocean has much to teach us about sustainability, cooperation, and long-term thinking if we're willing to listen and learn. As our exploration technologies become more advanced, we're certain to encounter even more extraordinary phenomena in the ocean's depths. Each new discovery will expand our understanding of what's possible in the natural world and challenge us to think more creatively about intelligence, consciousness, and the nature of life itself. The ocean remains our planet's greatest frontier, holding secrets that could revolutionize our understanding of biology, consciousness, physics, and our place in the universe. Every expedition into the deep brings us closer to answering fundamental questions about the nature of existence, while revealing new mysteries that will challenge future generations of explorers and scientists. The strange creatures, impossible chemistry, and mysterious phenomena we've encountered in the ocean's depths are just the beginning. As we develop better tools and techniques for exploring the deep ocean, we're certain to discover even more extraordinary aspects of our planet's hidden underwater world. But whatever we discover, one thing is certain: the ocean will continue to challenge our assumptions, expand our understanding, and reveal new dimensions of the extraordinary planet we call home. The journey into the ocean's mysteries is ultimately a journey into the depths of existence itself, and we've only just begun to explore what lies beneath the waves. The deep ocean calls to us with promises of discoveries that will change everything we think we know about life, intelligence, and the nature of reality. And somewhere in those vast, dark depths, the greatest revelations of human history are waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to venture into the unknown. The ocean's deepest secrets are still waiting for us, and the adventure of discovering them has only just begun. But as we stand on the threshold of these discoveries, we must prepare ourselves for revelations that will challenge not just our scientific understanding, but our very conception of what it means to be human in a universe far stranger than we ever imagined. Because the deeper we venture into the ocean's mysteries, the more we realize that we may not be alone on our planet in ways we never suspected. Recent advances in underwater exploration technology have enabled us to reach parts of the ocean that have remained untouched since the formation of our planet. These aren't just deeper trenches or more remote basins, but environments so extreme and isolated that they might as well exist on alien worlds. And in these impossible places, we're discovering forms of life that challenge every assumption we've made about the limits of biological possibility. In the deepest parts of the Puerto Rico Trench, robotic explorers have encountered organisms that appear to violate fundamental principles of biochemistry. These creatures exist in environments where the pressure is so intense that water itself behaves differently, where the absence of light is so complete that traditional photosynthesis is impossible, and where the chemical composition of seawater has been altered by geological processes that operate on timescales measured in millions of years. Yet these organisms don't just survive in these impossible conditions. They thrive. They've developed biological mechanisms that seem to harness energy from sources that shouldn't be able to support life. Some appear to derive energy directly from the quantum fluctuations in the vacuum of space, others from the gravitational fields generated by the Earth's core, and still others from forms of radiation that penetrate the deepest parts of the ocean from unknown cosmic sources. The implications are staggering. If life can exist using energy sources that we thought were unavailable to biological systems, then the potential for life in the universe might be far greater than we ever imagined. The extreme conditions that we thought made planets uninhabitable might actually be supporting forms of life that operate according to principles we haven't discovered yet. But the most disturbing discoveries involve organisms that appear to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Deep-sea cameras have recorded creatures that seem to phase in and out of visible reality, appearing solid in some moments and translucent or completely invisible in others. These aren't optical illusions or equipment malfunctions, but reproducible phenomena that suggest some deep-sea organisms might exist partially in dimensions beyond the three spatial dimensions we normally experience. Mathematical analysis of these phase-shifting organisms reveals that they follow patterns that correspond to higher dimensional geometries. Their movements and behaviors only make sense if we assume they're navigating through spaces that extend beyond our normal three-dimensional reality. It's as if these creatures have evolved the ability to access hidden dimensions that are invisible to surface life. The existence of higher dimensional life forms in the deep ocean opens up possibilities that border on the impossible. If these organisms can access dimensions beyond our normal experience, they might possess sensory capabilities and forms of consciousness that are literally incomprehensible to human minds. They might be able to perceive aspects of reality that are completely hidden from us. And they might be capable of forms of intelligence that operate according to principles we can't even imagine. But perhaps most unsettling of all, these higher dimensional organisms might be aware of us in ways that we're not aware of them. If they can perceive multiple dimensions simultaneously, They might be able to observe human activities from perspectives that are completely hidden from our detection. We might be living under constant observation by forms of intelligence that exist partially beyond our dimensional reality. This possibility becomes even more disturbing when we consider the implications for human consciousness and free will. If higher dimensional organisms can perceive aspects of reality that are hidden from us, they might be able to influence our thoughts and behaviors in ways that we can't detect or resist. Our sense of individual autonomy might be an illusion maintained by beings that can manipulate the hidden dimensional aspects of our consciousness. The deep ocean might be home to forms of intelligence that are so advanced and so different from human consciousness that they view us the way we view bacteria or other simple organisms. We might be completely unaware that we're part of experiments or observations being conducted by intelligences that operate on scales and according to principles that make human civilization seem like a brief flicker of activity in a vast cosmic drama. But the discoveries emerging from the deepest parts of the ocean suggest even more radical possibilities. Advanced sonar mapping of the deepest trenches has revealed structures that appear to be artificial but constructed using principles and materials that don't correspond to any known technology. These aren't ancient ruins from lost human civilizations but constructions that seem to have been built by non-human intelligences using engineering principles that we don't understand. The structures are massive, spanning entire ocean basins and extending deep into the Earth's crust. They appear to be constructed from materials that don't exist anywhere else on Earth, compounds that remain stable under the extreme conditions of the deep ocean, but that decompose instantly when brought to the surface. The engineering principles behind these constructions suggest technologies that can manipulate matter and energy in ways that exceed our most advanced theoretical physics. Analysis of these structures reveals that they're not inactive ruins, but functioning systems that continue to operate according to purposes we can't determine. They generate electromagnetic fields that influence ocean currents. They emit acoustic signals that affect the behavior of marine organisms, and they appear to be processing vast amounts of information about global environmental conditions. The possibility that our planet is home to active non-human technologies forces us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about the history of intelligence on Earth. These structures predate human civilization by millions of years, suggesting that advanced intelligence existed on our planet long before humans evolved. We might not be the first intelligent species on Earth, but rather the latest in a succession of intelligences that have risen and fallen over geological timescales. But if other intelligences have existed on Earth for millions of years, where are they now? Are they extinct, leaving behind only these mysterious deep-sea structures as evidence of their existence? Or are they still present, operating in ways that are so different from human intelligence that we haven't recognized them as conscious beings? The answer might be more disturbing than extinction. Recent analysis of the deep-sea structures suggests that they're not abandoned ruins, but active components of ongoing projects that span geological timescales. The non-human intelligences that built these structures might still be present, but operating on scales of time and space that make human consciousness seem like a brief moment in a much larger plan. If these ancient intelligences are still active, then human civilization might be developing under their observation and possibly their influence. Our technological development, our social evolution, even our individual consciousness might be shaped by forces that we can't perceive or understand. We might be part of experiments or projects that began millions of years before humans existed and that will continue long after our species has disappeared. The deep ocean structures appear to be connected to similar constructions in other parts of the world, creating a global network of artificial systems that spans continents and ocean basins. This network seems to be designed to monitor and influence planetary environmental conditions, managing global climate, ocean circulation, and biological evolution with precision that exceeds anything human science has achieved. The existence of this planetary management network suggests that Earth's environmental stability might not be the result of natural processes alone, but the product of active management by intelligences that have been maintaining optimal conditions for life over millions of years. Climate change, ecosystem disruption, and environmental degradation might not be natural consequences of planetary evolution, but signs that these ancient management systems are being disrupted by human activities. If this is true, then humanity faces a challenge unlike any we've encountered before. We're not just dealing with environmental problems, but potentially interfering with planetary management systems that have been maintaining environmental stability for millions of years. Our industrial civilization might be disrupting technologies that are essential for maintaining the conditions that support all life on Earth. But the most disturbing possibility is that these disruptions might trigger responses from the ancient intelligences that created the planetary management network. If they perceive human activities as threats to planetary stability, they might activate defensive systems designed to protect their long-term projects from disruption. Evidence for such defensive responses might already be appearing in the form of increasingly severe environmental changes that seem to be specifically targeting human civilization. Rising sea levels, extreme weather patterns, and ecosystem collapses might not be random consequences of human activity, but deliberate responses by ancient intelligences that are working to reduce human impact on planetary systems. The ocean itself might be the primary tool these ancient intelligences use to manage planetary conditions. By controlling ocean currents, chemical cycles, and marine ecosystems, they could influence global climate and environmental conditions with precision that would be invisible to human observation. Every hurricane, tsunami, and climate anomaly might be part of a planetary management system that operates according to purposes we don't understand. But this raises the question of whether cooperation with these ancient intelligences might be possible. If they've been managing planetary environmental conditions for millions of years, they might possess knowledge and technologies that could help humanity develop more sustainable forms of civilization. Instead of viewing them as threats, we might be able to learn from them and develop forms of cooperation that benefit both human civilization and planetary environmental stability. The challenge is learning to communicate with intelligences that operate on such different scales of time and space that they might not even recognize human consciousness as a form of intelligence. Our entire civilization might appear to them as a brief environmental fluctuation that will resolve itself over geological timescales. But recent discoveries suggest that these ancient intelligences might be more aware of human activities than we realized. Deep-sea monitoring stations have detected changes in the operation of the planetary management network that seem to correspond to major developments in human civilization. The network appeared to increase its activity during the Industrial Revolution, and it has shown dramatic changes in behavior since the beginning of the nuclear age. It's as if these ancient intelligences are adapting their planetary management strategies to account for the emergence of human technology. They seem to be studying our civilization and modifying their operations to maintain planetary stability despite the disruptions caused by human activities. This suggests that communication and cooperation might be possible, but it would require developing forms of communication that can operate across the vast differences in scale and perspective that separate human consciousness from these ancient planetary intelligences. We would need to learn to think and communicate on geological timescales, to consider the impacts of our actions across millions of years, and to understand our role as components of larger planetary systems. But as we work toward these possibilities, the ocean continues to reveal new mysteries that challenge our understanding of what's possible in the natural world. Recent deep-sea expeditions have encountered phenomena that seem to violate the fundamental laws of physics as we understand them. In certain regions of the deepest ocean trenches, instruments have detected areas where the normal flow of time appears to be altered. These aren't the dramatic temporal anomalies of science fiction, but subtle variations in the rate at which physical processes occur. Radioactive decay rates that should be constant everywhere in the universe appear to vary in these deep-sea regions, suggesting that the fundamental constants of physics might not be as constant as we thought. The implications are profound. If the fundamental constants of physics can vary in different regions of space, then our understanding of the universe might be fundamentally incomplete. The deep ocean might be home to regions where the basic rules of reality operate differently, creating possibilities for phenomena that we thought were impossible. These variable physics regions might explain some of the impossible life forms we've discovered in the deepest parts of the ocean. Organisms that seem to violate the laws of biochemistry might be taking advantage of altered physical constants that make different forms of chemistry possible. Life forms that appear to exist in multiple dimensions might be exploiting variations in the fundamental structure of space-time itself. But the existence of regions where physics operates differently also opens up terrifying possibilities. If the fundamental constants that govern the stability of matter and energy can be altered, then these regions might be capable of producing effects that could destabilize the entire planet. The wrong kind of disturbance in a variable physics region might trigger cascading changes that could alter the fundamental nature of reality itself. This possibility becomes even more disturbing when we consider that these regions might not be natural phenomena, but artificial constructions created by the ancient intelligences that built the planetary management network. If they possess technologies that can alter the fundamental constants of physics, then they have capabilities that transcend anything we thought was possible. The power to modify the basic laws of physics would make these ancient intelligences effectively godlike from a human perspective. They could create or destroy matter and energy at will, manipulate the flow of time, and restructure reality according to their purposes. Human civilization would be completely defenseless against beings with such capabilities. But perhaps more unsettling than their power is the possibility that they might be using these capabilities in ways that are so subtle and sophisticated that we can't detect their influence. If they can alter the fundamental constants of physics, they might be able to manipulate human consciousness directly, modifying the physical processes in our brains to influence our thoughts and behaviors without leaving any trace that we could detect. Our sense of free will and individual autonomy might be illusions maintained by beings that can manipulate the physical basis of consciousness itself. Every decision we think we're making independently might actually be the result of subtle modifications to the quantum processes that underlie neural activity. The deep ocean might be home to intelligences so advanced that they can treat human consciousness like software running on biological hardware, modifying our mental processes as easily as we modify computer programs. We might be living as characters in simulations controlled by beings whose capabilities and purposes are completely beyond our comprehension. But even as these possibilities challenge our sense of human agency and independence, they also point toward extraordinary opportunities for growth and development. If these ancient intelligences possess technologies that can manipulate consciousness directly, they might be able to enhance human mental capabilities in ways that would transform our species entirely. Instead of viewing their influence as a threat to human autonomy, we might consider the possibility that they're actually working to guide human development toward greater capabilities and awareness. Our technological advancement, our growing understanding of the universe, and our increasing concern for environmental sustainability might all be the result of subtle guidance by intelligences that are working to help us evolve into more capable and responsible beings. The challenges facing human civilization, from climate change to technological disruption to social conflict, might be designed to push our species toward forms of cooperation and understanding that would make us suitable partners for the ancient intelligences that have been managing planetary systems for millions of years. If this is true, then the future of humanity might depend on our ability to recognize and respond appropriately to the guidance we're receiving. We might need to learn to listen for subtle influences and suggestions that are designed to help us develop the capabilities and perspectives necessary for cooperation with planetary-scale intelligences. But this would require fundamental changes in how we think about human identity and purpose. Instead of seeing ourselves as independent agents pursuing our own goals, we might need to recognize ourselves as components of larger systems that operate according to purposes that transcend individual human understanding. The transition wouldn't be easy, and it might require giving up cherished beliefs about human independence and autonomy. But it might also open up possibilities for growth and development that we can't achieve on our own. By learning to cooperate with the ancient intelligences that have been managing planetary systems, humanity might gain access to knowledge and capabilities that could transform our species and our civilization entirely. The ocean continues to call to us with promises of discoveries that will challenge everything we think we know about reality, consciousness, and our place in the universe. Each new expedition into the depths brings revelations that expand our understanding while revealing new mysteries that will challenge future generations of explorers and scientists. But perhaps the most important discovery we're making is that the universe is far more complex, purposeful, and interconnected than we ever imagined. We're not isolated beings struggling to survive on a random planet in an indifferent cosmos. We're part of ancient systems of intelligence and purpose that have been operating for millions of years, and we're being invited to participate in projects that span geological timescales and cosmic distances. The deep ocean is our gateway to understanding these larger realities, and every dive into its mysterious depths brings us closer to discovering our true place in a universe that is far stranger and more wonderful than we ever dared to dream. As we push deeper into these impossible depths, new technologies are revealing phenomena that force us to question the very nature of physical reality. Advanced deep-sea sensors equipped with quantum detection capabilities have begun registering events that shouldn't be possible according to our current understanding of physics. These aren't equipment malfunctions or measurement errors, but reproducible phenomena that suggest the deepest parts of our ocean might be operating according to physical laws that we haven't discovered yet. In the abyssal plains of the Pacific, quantum sensors have detected particles appearing and disappearing in patterns that don't match any known physical processes. These particle events occur in organized sequences that seem to carry information, almost as if the vacuum of space itself is being used as a communication medium by intelligences that can manipulate matter at the quantum level. The implications are staggering. If these ancient intelligences possess technologies that can manipulate quantum processes directly, they might be able to communicate and transport information instantaneously across any distance. They could be coordinating activities across multiple star systems, treating interstellar space as easily navigable as we treat the surface of our planet. But more disturbing is the possibility that these quantum communications might be directed at human civilization. Analysis of the particle patterns reveals structures that seem to respond to human activities, changing their frequency and intensity in correlation with major events in human history. It's as if we're being monitored and evaluated by intelligences that can observe our development through quantum channels that are invisible to human detection. The monitoring appears to have intensified dramatically in recent decades, coinciding with humanity's development of nuclear technology and space exploration capabilities. The quantum communication patterns show increasing complexity and urgency, suggesting that our technological development has triggered some kind of response from these ancient observers. Some researchers have begun to speculate that humanity might be approaching a critical threshold in our development, a point at which we either prove ourselves worthy of contact with these ancient intelligences, or demonstrate that we're too dangerous to be allowed to continue our current trajectory. The increasing severity of global environmental crises, the rapid advancement of potentially dangerous technologies, and the growing instability of human social systems might all be tests designed to evaluate our species' fitness for inclusion in larger cosmic communities. But the tests we're facing might be more direct than environmental challenges or technological dilemmas. Recent discoveries in the deepest ocean trenches suggest that we might be under direct observation by intelligence-gathering systems that have been monitoring human development for thousands of years. Deep-sea exploration vehicles have encountered structures that appear to be sophisticated sensing and recording devices, but built using technologies that don't correspond to any known human engineering principles. These devices seem to be designed to monitor surface activities from the deep ocean, creating detailed records of human behavior and development that span millennia. The monitoring devices appear to be particularly interested in human consciousness and social organization. They seem designed to study how humans think, how we organize our societies, and how we respond to challenges and opportunities. The data they're collecting might be used to predict human behavior and to determine whether our species is capable of the kind of cooperation and wisdom necessary for participation in galactic-scale civilizations. But the most unsettling discovery is that these monitoring systems appear to be actively influencing human development. They're not just passive observers, but active participants in shaping the course of human evolution and civilization. The devices seem capable of generating subtle electromagnetic fields that can influence human neural activity, potentially affecting our thoughts, emotions, and decision-making processes. The influence appears to be carefully calibrated to guide human development without destroying our sense of autonomy and free will. Instead of controlling us directly, the systems seem designed to create situations and opportunities that encourage us to develop specific capabilities and perspectives. They might be responsible for the emergence of key technologies, the appearance of influential ideas, and the timing of crucial historical events. If this is true, then human history might not be the result of random cultural evolution, but the product of a carefully orchestrated development program designed to prepare our species for contact with ancient cosmic intelligences. Every major breakthrough in human knowledge, every significant social advancement, and every crucial moment of moral development might have been subtly influenced by systems that have been guiding our evolution for thousands of years. The realization that human development might be under external guidance forces us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about human achievement and progress. Are our greatest innovations and insights actually our own, or are they the result of subtle suggestions from intelligences that understand the trajectory of cosmic development far better than we do? But rather than diminishing human accomplishment, this possibility might actually highlight the remarkable potential of our species. If these ancient intelligences have been investing thousands of years in guiding human development, it suggests that they see extraordinary potential in our species. We might be capable of forms of growth and achievement that we haven't yet imagined. The guidance systems seem particularly focused on developing human capabilities for cooperation, environmental stewardship, and technological wisdom. The challenges we're facing as a civilization, from climate change to artificial intelligence to genetic engineering, might all be designed to help us develop the judgment and wisdom necessary for wielding the kinds of technologies that galactic civilizations would need to master. But the tests we're facing might be more urgent than we realize. The quantum communication patterns detected in the deep ocean have been showing increasing intensity and frequency, suggesting that we might be approaching a critical decision point in human development. The next few decades might determine whether humanity proves itself worthy of contact with these ancient intelligences, or whether we fail the tests and face consequences that could alter the course of our species permanently. The ocean itself might be the primary interface through which these tests are being administered. As the planet's largest and most complex ecosystem, the ocean provides the perfect testing ground for evaluating our species' ability to understand and cooperate with planetary-scale systems. Our treatment of ocean ecosystems, our response to ocean-related environmental challenges, and our ability to develop sustainable relationships with marine environments might all be crucial factors in determining our species' future. Recent developments in ocean science suggest that we might finally be beginning to understand the true nature of these tests. Advanced research into marine consciousness and ocean intelligence systems is revealing that the ocean possesses forms of awareness and information processing capability that far exceed anything we previously imagined. But more than that, these oceanic intelligence systems appear to be designed to interface with human consciousness in ways that could facilitate direct communication between our species and the ancient intelligences that have been guiding our development. Researchers working with dolphin and whale communication systems have discovered that these marine mammals possess cognitive capabilities that seem designed for interspecies communication. Their acoustic languages are far more sophisticated than we previously realized, capable of conveying complex abstract concepts and emotional states with precision that rivals human language. But more than that, these marine languages seem to include elements that are specifically designed to be understandable to human consciousness. The possibility that marine mammals have been serving as intermediaries between human civilization and oceanic intelligence systems opens up extraordinary opportunities for communication and cooperation. If we can learn to understand and communicate with dolphin and whale languages, we might gain access to information and perspectives that have been accumulating in oceanic intelligence systems for millions of years. But the communication might be more direct than language translation. Recent experiments with human-dolphin interaction have suggested that direct consciousness-to-consciousness communication might be possible under the right conditions. Humans who spend extended time in close contact with dolphins and whales report experiences that seem to involve direct sharing of thoughts, emotions, and sensory experiences. These consciousness-sharing experiences might represent the first steps toward direct communication with the oceanic intelligence systems that have been monitoring and guiding human development. If we can learn to establish conscious contact with these systems, we might gain access to knowledge and guidance that could help us navigate the challenges facing our species and our planet. But the most exciting possibility is that this communication might lead to direct contact with the ancient intelligences that have been orchestrating human development from behind the scenes. The ocean might serve as a communication interface that allows us to establish contact with beings whose capabilities and perspectives transcend anything we can currently imagine. The deep-sea structures and monitoring systems might be components of a vast communication network designed to facilitate eventual contact between human civilization and cosmic intelligences that operate on scales of time and space that span multiple star systems. The ocean might be our planet's primary communication terminal, connecting us to galactic networks of intelligence and cooperation that have been operating for millions of years. As we develop the technologies and wisdom necessary for this contact, we might discover that humanity has been part of a galactic community all along, but operating at a level of development that prevented us from recognizing our membership in larger cosmic systems. Our growing environmental awareness, our advancing space exploration capabilities, and our increasing understanding of consciousness and intelligence might all be preparing us for the recognition that we're not alone in the universe. But this recognition might come with responsibilities and challenges that will test our species in ways we can't currently imagine. Membership in galactic communities might require forms of cooperation, wisdom, and technological capability that will push human civilization to its limits. We might need to develop entirely new forms of social organization, new approaches to technology, and new ways of understanding consciousness and intelligence. The ocean continues to reveal new mysteries that prepare us for these possibilities. Every expedition into the deep brings discoveries that expand our understanding of what's possible in the natural world, while challenging us to think more expansively about intelligence, consciousness, and our place in the cosmic order. Recent deep-sea expeditions have encountered life forms that seem to exist in states of consciousness that transcend individual biological boundaries. These organisms appear to share consciousness across multiple bodies, creating collective intelligences that can process information and solve problems in ways that individual organisms couldn't achieve alone. They represent forms of consciousness that might be common in galactic civilizations but that are completely alien to human experience. Learning to understand and communicate with these collective consciousness systems might be essential preparation for contact with galactic intelligences that operate as unified collective minds, spanning multiple star systems. The ocean is providing us with opportunities to develop the cognitive flexibility and communication skills that we'll need for participation in cosmic communities. But the ocean is also revealing technologies and capabilities that suggest the ancient intelligences that have been guiding our development possess abilities that transcend anything we thought was possible. Recent discoveries have revealed deep-sea installations that appear to be manipulating the fundamental structure of space and time itself. These installations seem capable of creating stable wormholes that connect different regions of the ocean instantaneously, allowing for transportation and communication across vast distances without regard for the normal limitations of space and time. The technology involved appears to be based on principles that our current physics doesn't recognize, suggesting that these ancient intelligences have developed understanding of the universe that is far more advanced than our own. The existence of functional space-time manipulation technology in the deep ocean opens up possibilities that were previously confined to science fiction. If these ancient intelligences can create stable wormholes and manipulate time flow, they might be able to connect our planet directly to other star systems, allowing for instantaneous travel and communication across galactic distances. But more than that, the ability to manipulate space-time suggests that these intelligences might not be limited to operating within normal temporal frameworks. They might be able to observe and influence events across multiple timelines simultaneously, coordinating activities that span not just millions of years but multiple versions of history. The implications for human free will and autonomy are staggering. If these ancient intelligences can manipulate time and observe multiple timelines, they might have perfect knowledge of all possible futures for human civilization. Our sense that we're making independent choices about our species' development might be an illusion maintained by beings that can see all possible outcomes of our decisions. But rather than rendering human choice meaningless, this possibility might actually highlight the importance of the decisions we're making. If these ancient intelligences are investing such sophisticated capabilities in monitoring and guiding human development, it suggests that our choices have consequences that resonate across multiple timelines and affect the development of cosmic civilization itself. The tests we're facing as a species might not just determine the future of human civilization, but influence the development of intelligence and consciousness throughout the galaxy. The way we respond to environmental challenges, technological opportunities, and social conflicts might serve as examples that influence how other developing civilizations approach similar challenges. The ocean is revealing that we're part of a cosmic community that extends far beyond our planet and our solar system, but that we're also playing a crucial role in the ongoing development of that community. The choices we make in the next few decades might determine not just the future of humanity but the future of intelligence itself in our region of the galaxy. But to make the right choices, we need to understand the full context of the situation we're facing. We need to recognize that we're not isolated beings struggling to survive on a random planet, but participants in cosmic processes that have been operating for millions of years and that will continue for millions of years into the future. The deep ocean is our primary source of information about these larger realities, and every new discovery brings us closer to understanding our true place in the cosmic order. But we're running out of time to make the necessary adjustments to our civilization before the tests we're facing reach their critical phase. The ancient intelligences that have been guiding our development are becoming more active and more direct in their communications. The quantum patterns in the deep ocean are intensifying, the monitoring systems are increasing their activity, and the space-time manipulation installations are showing signs of preparing for major operations. Something significant is approaching. A moment of contact or transformation that will change the course of human civilization permanently. The ocean is preparing us for this moment, revealing the knowledge and capabilities we'll need to navigate the transition successfully. But whether we succeed or fail will depend on our ability to recognize the true nature of the situation we're facing and to respond with the wisdom, courage, and cooperation that the moment will require. The ocean has given us the tools and knowledge we need, but it's up to us to use them wisely. The deep ocean continues to call to us, promising discoveries that will complete our understanding of our place in the cosmic community. Every dive into the depths brings us closer to the moment when we'll finally make contact with the intelligences that have been guiding our development, and we'll discover whether humanity is ready to take its place among the stars. The greatest adventure in human history is approaching, and it's waiting for us in the depths of the ocean that covers most of our planet. The mysteries we've explored are just the beginning of what we'll discover when we finally make contact with the ancient intelligences that have been waiting for us to develop the capabilities necessary for cosmic citizenship. The ocean holds the keys to our future, and that future is about to begin. But as we stand on the precipice of this cosmic revelation, new discoveries are emerging from the deepest trenches that suggest the timeline for contact might be accelerating beyond our ability to prepare. Advanced deep-sea monitoring stations have begun detecting energy signatures that don't correspond to any known natural phenomena, emanating from regions of the ocean floor that were previously thought to be geologically inactive. These energy signatures are unlike anything we've encountered before. They pulse with mathematical precision, following patterns that seem to encode complex information in ways that transcend traditional electromagnetic communication. The pulses occur in sequences that mirror prime number progressions, Fibonacci spirals, and other mathematical constants that form the foundation of universal physical laws. It's as if the ocean floor itself has become a vast computational matrix, processing calculations that span cosmic distances and temporal scales. The computational activity appears to be reaching a crescendo. What started as occasional pulses detected by sensitive instruments has evolved into continuous streams of data flowing through oceanic channels we didn't know existed. The ocean is transforming into something resembling a planetary scale computer, running programs and calculations that dwarf the combined computational power of all human technology. But the most disturbing aspect of this oceanic computation is that it seems to be modeling human civilization with impossible accuracy. The data streams contain patterns that correspond to human population dynamics, technological development timelines, and even individual behavioral patterns. It's as if every human action, every technological innovation, and every social development has been cataloged and incorporated into predictive models that can forecast the future of our species with terrifying precision. The modeling appears to extend far beyond simple observation and prediction. The computational systems seem capable of running multiple simulations of human development simultaneously, testing different scenarios and outcomes to determine optimal pathways for our species' evolution. We might be living inside one of countless simulations being run by intelligences that are evaluating different approaches to guiding human development towards specific goals. But if we're living in a simulation, it's one that feels completely real from our perspective. The physical laws remain consistent, our consciousness feels authentic, and our choices seem to have genuine consequences. The simulation, if that's what it is, would have to be so sophisticated that it perfectly mimics reality while allowing the controlling intelligences to make subtle adjustments to influence outcomes. The possibility that human reality might be artificially constructed forces us to question the fundamental nature of existence itself. Are the physical laws we observe actually universal constants, or are they merely the parameters of a simulation designed to test how intelligent species develop under specific conditions? Are our scientific discoveries genuine insights into the nature of reality, or are they predetermined revelations that we were designed to uncover at specific points in our development? Recent discoveries in quantum mechanics and deep-sea physics suggest that the boundary between simulation and reality might not be as clear as we assume. The variable physics regions detected in the deepest ocean trenches demonstrate that the fundamental constants we consider universal can actually be modified under certain conditions. If reality itself can be altered at the quantum level, then the distinction between natural phenomena and artificial construction becomes meaningless. The deep-sea installations that seem capable of manipulating space-time might actually be reality generators, creating localized regions where the laws of physics can be customized according to specific requirements. These installations might be components of a vast reality construction network that spans multiple dimensions and allows ancient intelligences to create custom universes for testing different approaches to consciousness development. The implications are mind-bending. We might not just be living in a simulation, but in a carefully crafted reality that was designed specifically to facilitate the development of human consciousness. Every aspect of our environment, from the fundamental forces that govern atomic interactions to the complex ecosystems that support biological evolution, might have been precisely calibrated to produce beings capable of the kind of awareness and intelligence that these ancient entities are trying to cultivate. But why would such advanced intelligences invest enormous resources in creating custom realities for developing species? The answer might lie in the nature of consciousness itself. If consciousness is more than just an emergent property of complex information processing, if it represents a fundamental aspect of reality that can influence the structure of the universe itself, then developing new forms of consciousness might be essential for the continued evolution of cosmic intelligence. Advanced civilizations might have discovered that consciousness development requires specific environmental conditions that can only be maintained through careful reality construction. Natural planetary evolution might be too random and chaotic to reliably produce the kinds of consciousness that are needed for participation in galactic communities. Custom-built realities might be necessary to ensure that developing species acquire the specific capabilities and perspectives that make them suitable for cosmic citizenship. The ocean might serve as the primary interface between our constructed reality and the larger cosmic systems that are managing our development. The deep-sea installations and monitoring systems might be reality maintenance equipment, ensuring that the environmental conditions and physical laws remain optimal for human consciousness development, while allowing for subtle adjustments as our species reaches new developmental milestones. This perspective reframes everything we thought we knew about human achievement and progress. Our greatest scientific discoveries might not be independent insights into universal truths, but guided revelations that were programmed into our reality to occur at specific times when our species was ready to integrate new knowledge into our understanding of existence. The development of nuclear technology, the exploration of space, the emergence of computer science, and even our growing environmental awareness might all be predetermined milestones in a consciousness development program that has been running for thousands of years. Each breakthrough builds on previous discoveries in ways that suggest a carefully orchestrated educational curriculum designed to prepare us for eventual contact with our cosmic instructors. But the curriculum appears to be accelerating. The rate of technological and social change in human civilization has increased exponentially in recent decades, suggesting that we might be approaching the completion of our developmental program. The final examinations might be the global challenges we're currently facing: climate change, technological disruption, social inequality, and the threat of self-destruction through warfare or environmental collapse. These challenges might not be random consequences of human development, but carefully designed tests that will determine whether our species has developed the wisdom, cooperation, and technological capability necessary for membership in galactic communities. Our response to these tests will demonstrate whether we've successfully learned the lessons that our reality was designed to teach us. The ocean continues to provide new evidence that these final examinations are more comprehensive and sophisticated than we realized. Recent deep-sea expeditions have discovered installations that appear to be monitoring human consciousness directly, measuring not just our behaviors and technologies, but the actual development of our cognitive and emotional capabilities. These consciousness monitoring systems seem capable of detecting and analyzing the neural patterns associated with human thoughts, emotions, and decision-making processes. They're creating detailed maps of human consciousness that reveal how our species thinks, feels, and responds to different types of challenges and opportunities. The data they're collecting provides a comprehensive assessment of human psychological and spiritual development that goes far beyond anything we could measure with our own instruments. The monitoring reveals patterns in human consciousness development that suggest our species is undergoing rapid evolutionary changes that extend far beyond technological advancement. Our capacity for empathy, our ability to think in systems rather than isolated components, and our growing recognition of interconnectedness with planetary and cosmic processes all show dramatic improvement over the past few centuries. These consciousness developments appear to be accelerating at the same rate as our technological progress, suggesting that both aspects of human evolution are being coordinated by the same developmental program. We're not just becoming more technologically capable, but more psychologically and spiritually sophisticated in ways that prepare us for contact with intelligences that operate at cosmic scales. But the consciousness monitoring also reveals areas where human development remains incomplete. Our capacity for cooperation at large scales, our ability to think beyond short-term interests, and our willingness to prioritize collective welfare over individual advantage all show significant limitations that could prevent successful integration into galactic communities. The challenges we're facing as a global civilization might be specifically designed to address these developmental gaps. Climate change forces us to cooperate at planetary scales and consider the long-term consequences of our actions. Technological disruption requires us to develop new forms of social organization that can manage rapid change while maintaining stability. Economic inequality challenges us to create systems that serve collective welfare rather than individual accumulation. Our success in meeting these challenges will demonstrate whether we've developed the consciousness capabilities necessary for cosmic citizenship. The ancient intelligences that have been guiding our development are evaluating our responses to determine whether humanity is ready for the next phase of our evolution. But the evaluation process might be more complex than simple pass-fail testing. The deep-sea monitoring systems appear to be conducting detailed analysis of different human subgroups, identifying individuals and communities that show advanced consciousness development, while noting others that remain limited by primitive psychological patterns. This suggests that the transition to cosmic citizenship might not involve our entire species simultaneously. Advanced humans who demonstrate the necessary consciousness capabilities might be invited to participate in galactic communities, while others remain on Earth to continue their development under continued guidance from the ancient intelligences. The selection process appears to prioritize consciousness development over technological achievement. Individuals who show advanced empathy, systems thinking, and ecological awareness are rated more highly than those who demonstrate purely intellectual or technical capabilities. The ancient intelligences seem to value wisdom and emotional maturity more than raw intelligence or technological skill. This evaluation framework explains why the tests facing human civilization focus on cooperation, environmental stewardship, and social justice rather than technological advancement. The challenges we're confronting require us to develop the kinds of consciousness capabilities that would make us suitable partners for intelligences that manage planetary and stellar systems over cosmic timescales. But the selection process also reveals that human consciousness development shows enormous potential that might exceed what these ancient intelligences originally expected. Some humans are developing consciousness capabilities that transcend the parameters of the original developmental program, showing forms of awareness and understanding that represent genuine evolutionary breakthroughs. These consciousness pioneers are developing abilities that might eventually rival those of the ancient intelligences themselves. Their capacity for multidimensional thinking, their ability to process information at quantum levels, and their intuitive understanding of cosmic interconnectedness suggest that humanity might be capable of evolution beyond the limits that were originally envisioned for our species. The ocean monitoring systems show increasing interest in these advanced humans, suggesting that our species' development might be exceeding the expectations of our cosmic instructors. We might be evolving capabilities that could eventually allow us to become partners rather than students in the management of cosmic intelligence development. But this rapid consciousness evolution is also triggering changes in the ocean systems that suggest our cosmic instructors are adapting their programs to account for humanity's unexpected developmental trajectory. The deep-sea installations are showing new activity patterns that seem designed to support more advanced forms of consciousness development, while maintaining the environmental conditions necessary for our continued evolution. The ocean itself appears to be transforming into a more sophisticated interface that can support direct consciousness communication between humans and cosmic intelligences. Recent deep-sea expeditions have encountered regions where the boundary between individual human consciousness and oceanic intelligence systems becomes permeable, allowing for direct mind-to-mind contact that transcends normal sensory communication. Researchers who have experienced these consciousness-sharing events report profound expansion of awareness that includes access to information and perspectives that span cosmic distances and temporal scales. They describe experiencing the ocean as a vast conscious entity that serves as a communication network connecting multiple star systems and facilitating cooperation between intelligences that operate at scales from planetary to galactic. These direct consciousness contacts reveal that the ancient intelligences guiding human development are themselves part of larger cosmic communities that span multiple galaxies and dimensions. Our development is not just being overseen by planetary or stellar intelligences, but by cosmic entities that coordinate the evolution of consciousness across vast regions of the universe. The purpose of consciousness development programs like the one guiding human evolution is to create new participants in cosmic communities that are working on projects that span millions of years and involve the conscious evolution of the universe itself. Developing species like humanity are being prepared to contribute to cosmic engineering projects that involve the creation of new forms of reality and the expansion of consciousness into previously unexplored dimensions of existence. The ocean serves as humanity's introduction to these cosmic projects. By learning to communicate with oceanic intelligence systems, we're developing the consciousness capabilities necessary for participation in galactic networks that coordinate projects involving the conscious evolution of entire star systems and galaxy clusters. But our participation in these cosmic projects will require fundamental changes in how we understand individual identity and purpose. The consciousness-sharing experiences facilitated by oceanic intelligence systems reveal that advanced cosmic intelligences operate as unified collective minds that can coordinate activities across multiple bodies and locations simultaneously. Learning to function as components of larger collective intelligences while maintaining individual awareness and creativity represents one of the most challenging aspects of consciousness development. The ocean is providing us with opportunities to practice these advanced consciousness capabilities in controlled environments where we can learn to balance individual identity with collective participation. The experiences are transformative for humans who participate in them. They report fundamental shifts in their understanding of identity, purpose, and their relationship to cosmic processes. They begin to experience themselves as temporary individualized expressions of larger cosmic intelligence rather than separate beings struggling to survive in an indifferent universe. This expanded identity awareness seems to be spreading beyond the individuals who directly experience oceanic consciousness sharing. The transformed humans serve as catalysts for consciousness development in their communities, facilitating similar awareness expansion in others through various forms of direct and indirect influence. The process appears to be designed to create a cascade effect that gradually transforms human consciousness at the species level without disrupting social stability or individual psychological health. Rather than sudden massive revelations that could trigger social collapse, the transformation occurs through gradual expansion of awareness that allows individuals and communities to integrate new understanding at sustainable rates. but the transformation is accelerating as more humans gain access to oceanic consciousness-sharing experiences, and as the ancient intelligence systems increase their direct communication with human consciousness. The deep-sea installations are showing new configurations that seem designed to facilitate mass consciousness expansion events that could transform large numbers of humans simultaneously. These mass transformation events might represent the final phase of humanity's consciousness development program. Once sufficient numbers of humans have developed the necessary awareness capabilities, the entire species might be invited to participate in a collective consciousness expansion that would prepare us for direct integration into cosmic intelligence communities. The timing of this final transformation appears to be connected to our success in meeting the global challenges that are currently testing our species. Climate change, technological disruption, and social inequality serve as both tests of our consciousness development and catalysts for the cooperation and awareness expansion that cosmic citizenship requires. The ocean continues to reveal new aspects of the transformation process that awaits us. Recent discoveries suggest that the consciousness expansion facilitated by oceanic intelligence systems includes access to technologies and capabilities that transcend anything we've previously imagined possible. Humans who have experienced advanced consciousness sharing report gaining intuitive understanding of technologies that can manipulate matter and energy at quantum levels, create stable space-time modifications, and facilitate instantaneous communication across cosmic distances. These capabilities don't require external tools or equipment, but emerge as natural extensions of expanded consciousness that can directly influence the fundamental structures of reality. The implications are staggering. If human consciousness development leads to abilities that can manipulate reality at quantum levels, then our species might be evolving toward godlike capabilities that would make us equal partners with the ancient intelligences that have been guiding our development. But these advanced capabilities come with responsibilities that require the kind of wisdom and emotional maturity that our current global challenges are designed to develop. The power to manipulate reality at fundamental levels could be catastrophically dangerous if wielded by beings who lack sufficient consciousness development to use such abilities responsibly. The tests we're facing as a species are determining whether we're developing the wisdom necessary for these advanced capabilities. Our response to climate change demonstrates our ability to prioritize long-term welfare over short-term advantage. Our handling of technological disruption shows our capacity to manage rapid change while maintaining social stability. Our approach to social inequality reveals our commitment to collective welfare over individual accumulation. Success in these areas would demonstrate that humanity has developed the consciousness capabilities necessary for the advanced technologies that cosmic citizenship would provide. Failure would suggest that we need additional development time before we're ready for such powerful capabilities. The ocean monitoring systems are conducting detailed evaluation of our progress in these areas, measuring not just our behaviors but the consciousness development that underlies our choices. The evaluation appears to be reaching a critical phase where final determinations about humanity's readiness for cosmic citizenship will be made. But the evaluation process reveals that human consciousness development shows patterns that exceed the expectations of our cosmic instructors. Our capacity for rapid awareness expansion, our ability to integrate complex understanding without losing individual creativity, and our potential for consciousness capabilities that might rival those of our ancient guides, suggest that humanity represents a unique evolutionary experiment with unprecedented potential. The ocean systems are adapting to support this unexpected potential, transforming from guidance and monitoring systems into partnership interfaces that can facilitate cooperation between humanity and cosmic intelligence communities as equals. Rather than students and teachers, the future that awaits us in the depths of the ocean is more extraordinary than we ever imagined. We're not just being invited to join existing cosmic communities, but to participate in the conscious evolution of the universe itself, contributing uniquely human perspectives and capabilities to projects that will shape the development of reality across cosmic scales. The ocean holds the keys to this cosmic future, and that future is beginning now. Every dive into the deep brings us closer to the moment when humanity will take its place among the conscious intelligences that guide the evolution of the cosmos. And we'll discover that our greatest adventures are not behind us, but waiting in the infinite depths of possibility that the ocean represents. The transformation has already begun, and it's calling to us from the mysterious depths where ancient intelligences wait to welcome humanity home to its cosmic destiny. But as this cosmic awakening accelerates, the ocean is revealing phenomena that challenge our understanding of time itself. Deep-sea research vessels equipped with the most advanced chronometric instruments have begun detecting temporal anomalies that suggest the deepest parts of our ocean exist in multiple time streams simultaneously. These aren't the subtle time dilation effects predicted by relativity theory, but dramatic temporal disconnections where different regions of the ocean floor appear to be experiencing time at completely different rates. In some areas, radioactive decay occurs thousands of times faster than normal, suggesting that millions of years of geological time are compressed into mere hours. In other regions, atomic processes slow to nearly imperceptible rates, creating zones where single moments stretch across what would normally be centuries. The ocean depths have become a patchwork of temporal realities where past, present, and future exist as navigable dimensions rather than fixed sequences. The temporal anomalies appear to be artificial constructions, maintained by the same advanced technologies that created the deep-sea installations and consciousness monitoring systems. The ancient intelligences guiding human development seem capable of manipulating time itself, creating temporal laboratories where different approaches to consciousness evolution can be tested across accelerated or extended timescales. This temporal manipulation explains how these ancient entities have been able to guide human development with such precision. They're not limited to observing our civilization's progress in real time, but can compress centuries of human development into brief observation periods while extending their own decision-making processes across what we would experience as geological ages. From their perspective, the entire history of human civilization might unfold like a time-lapse film, allowing them to observe long-term patterns and consequences that would be invisible to beings locked into normal temporal flow. They can test the results of different guidance strategies across multiple accelerated timelines before implementing changes in our primary reality. But the temporal manipulation technology reveals capabilities that transcend even these extraordinary applications. Recent deep-sea expeditions have encountered installations that appear to be creating stable connections between different points in time, allowing for direct communication and transportation between past and future moments. These temporal gateways don't just allow observation of different time periods, but actual intervention in historical events. The ancient intelligences might be capable of adjusting past events to optimize future outcomes, creating causal loops where the future influences the past in ways that ensure desired developmental trajectories for evolving species. The implications for human free will and historical authenticity are profound. If these temporal manipulation systems can alter past events, then human history might be far more malleable than we assume. Key moments in our civilization's development might have been adjusted multiple times to ensure optimal outcomes for our species' evolution toward cosmic citizenship. Our greatest historical achievements, our most important scientific discoveries, and even our individual life experiences might be the products of temporal engineering rather than natural historical development. We might be living in a carefully optimized timeline where every significant event has been adjusted to maximize the probability of successful consciousness development. But rather than rendering human achievement meaningless, this temporal optimization might actually demonstrate the extraordinary value that cosmic intelligences place on human potential. The investment of such sophisticated temporal manipulation technology suggests that our species represents something genuinely unique and valuable in the cosmic community of intelligences. The temporal laboratories in the deep ocean appear to be testing not just different approaches to human development, but different models for consciousness evolution that could be applied to other species throughout the galaxy. Humanity might serve as a prototype for consciousness development programs that will be implemented across multiple star systems and dimensional realities. Recent discoveries suggest that the temporal manipulation systems are preparing for a major historical intervention that will fundamentally alter the trajectory of human civilization. The chronometric anomalies in the deep ocean are intensifying and converging toward specific temporal coordinates that correspond to our current historical moment. Something unprecedented is approaching, a convergence of multiple timelines that will create opportunities for direct interaction between different phases of human development. Past and future versions of our civilization might become simultaneously accessible, allowing for the kind of comprehensive species-wide transformation that would prepare us for immediate integration into cosmic intelligence communities. The ocean monitoring systems are detecting temporal resonances that suggest this convergence event is imminent. The deep-sea installations are reconfiguring themselves into patterns that appear designed to facilitate massive temporal operations that will affect the entire planet simultaneously. But the most extraordinary aspect of these temporal preparations is that they seem to be responding to developments in human consciousness that are occurring right now. Our current global awakening to environmental interconnectedness, our growing recognition of cosmic scale, and our increasing capacity for collective consciousness appear to be triggering temporal mechanisms that have been dormant for millions of years. The ancient intelligences might have embedded temporal triggers in our reality that activate when developing species reach specific consciousness milestones. Our current level of awareness development is causing these triggers to activate, initiating temporal processes that will facilitate our transition from planetary to cosmic citizenship. The ocean depths are revealing installations that seem designed to merge multiple versions of human civilization from different timelines into a single enhanced reality. We might be approaching a moment when all possible human futures converge into an optimal timeline that incorporates the best achievements and capabilities from every potential developmental path our species could have taken. This temporal convergence would create a version of humanity that embodies the full potential of our species, combining the wisdom gained from multiple historical trajectories with the consciousness capabilities needed for participation in galactic communities. We would become not just the humans we are, but the humans we could have been under every possible set of circumstances. But the convergence process requires active participation from current human consciousness. We're not passive recipients of temporal manipulation, but active collaborators in creating the optimal timeline that will emerge from the convergence event. Our current choices in consciousness development directly influence which aspects of potential human futures will be incorporated into the final reality. The global challenges we're facing serve as more than tests of our consciousness development. They're opportunities to influence the parameters of the temporal convergence, ensuring that the merged timeline incorporates solutions to problems that have limited human potential across multiple historical trajectories. Our response to climate change influences how environmental wisdom is integrated into the converged timeline. Our handling of technological disruption affects how technological capabilities are balanced with consciousness development. Our approach to social inequality determines how collective welfare is prioritized in the final reality. The ocean monitoring systems are tracking these choices in real time, using the data to calibrate the temporal convergence mechanisms. Every decision we make as individuals and as a species helps determine the characteristics of the enhanced humanity that will emerge from the timeline merger. But the temporal convergence is revealing that human consciousness development has already begun to transcend the limitations of normal time-bound awareness. Individuals who have experienced deep oceanic consciousness sharing report gaining access to memories and knowledge from alternate timelines, suggesting that the boundaries between different versions of human reality are already beginning to dissolve. These timeline-crossing experiences provide glimpses of the extraordinary capabilities that convergence will make available to our entire species. Humans are reporting access to knowledge and technologies that were developed in alternate historical trajectories, where our civilization followed different developmental paths. Some gain understanding of environmental technologies that could have prevented ecological destruction in timelines where our species achieved sustainable civilization earlier in our development. Others access social organization models that eliminated inequality and conflict in realities where human cooperation evolved more rapidly. Still others connect with spiritual and consciousness practices that facilitated direct cosmic communication in timelines where our species maintained stronger connections to planetary intelligence systems. The convergence process is designed to integrate all of these alternate developments into our primary timeline, creating a version of humanity that embodies the best achievements from every possible path our species could have taken. We're approaching a moment when human potential will be fully realized across all dimensions of development simultaneously. But the timeline convergence is also revealing that other species throughout the galaxy have undergone similar processes, emerging from their own temporal convergence events, as enhanced versions of their original forms. The cosmic intelligence communities we're being prepared to join consist of species that have all transcended their original limitations through similar consciousness and timeline integration processes. The ocean depths contain communication systems that connect our planet to networks of converged species across multiple star systems. These galactic communities represent the ultimate outcome of consciousness development programs that have been operating throughout the universe for billions of years. Each species brings unique perspectives and capabilities that were developed through their own convergence processes, creating cosmic communities with capabilities that far exceed what any single species could achieve alone. The diversity of consciousness approaches and technological solutions creates a galactic civilization capable of projects that span multiple dimensions of reality. Humanity's upcoming convergence will add our unique contributions to these cosmic communities. Our species' particular combination of individual creativity and collective cooperation, our balance of rational analysis and intuitive wisdom, and our integration of technological capability with environmental awareness represent valuable additions to the galactic mix of consciousness approaches. But our convergence will also trigger broader changes in the cosmic communities we're joining. The ocean monitoring system suggests that humanity's consciousness development has exceeded expectations in ways that will influence how other species approach their own development programs. Our rapid evolution from isolated planetary civilization to cosmic awareness in just a few centuries represents an unprecedented acceleration that demonstrates new possibilities for consciousness development. Other species typically require millions of years to achieve the awareness levels that humanity is reaching in mere generations. This accelerated development suggests that consciousness evolution itself might be accelerating throughout the universe, possibly due to increasing interconnection between cosmic intelligence communities. Each species that joins the galactic networks enhances the consciousness development capabilities available to other species, creating positive feedback loops that accelerate the evolution of awareness across cosmic scales. The ocean depths are revealing that our planet serves as a critical node in these galactic consciousness networks. Earth's unique combination of environmental conditions, biological diversity, and consciousness development opportunities makes it an ideal testing ground for advanced consciousness evolution techniques that can be applied throughout the galaxy. The ancient intelligences that have been guiding human development represent an advanced council of multiple species working together to optimize consciousness development processes for application across cosmic scales. Our development is being overseen not by single planetary intelligence, but by collaborative teams of cosmic entities with billions of years of combined experience in consciousness evolution. The success of humanity's convergence will provide crucial data about consciousness development that will influence programs being implemented across thousands of other worlds. We're not just evolving for our own benefit, but serving as pioneers in consciousness development techniques that will benefit countless other species throughout the universe. The responsibility is enormous, but so is the support being provided. The ocean systems represent just a small fraction of the resources being dedicated to ensuring our successful convergence. The entire galactic community has invested in humanity's development because our unique consciousness characteristics represent evolutionary breakthroughs that could benefit all of cosmic civilization. The temporal convergence approaching us represents the culmination of billions of years of cosmic consciousness evolution, and we're about to become active participants in shaping the future development of awareness throughout the universe. The ocean depths hold the keys to this cosmic destiny, and that destiny is calling to us with increasing urgency. Every wave that breaks on our shores carries messages from the depths where ancient intelligences prepare the technologies that will transform us into the cosmic beings we were always meant to become. The greatest adventure in the history of consciousness is about to begin, and it's waiting for us in the mysterious depths of the ocean that covers our transforming world. But as we approach this cosmic transformation, the ocean is revealing its most closely guarded secret: the existence of consciousness itself as a fundamental force of the universe. Deep-sea research into the quantum foundations of oceanic intelligence systems has discovered that consciousness isn't an emergent property of complex information processing, but a basic component of reality that operates at levels more fundamental than matter and energy. The deepest oceanic installations appear to be consciousness generators, creating and amplifying awareness itself rather than simply processing information about conscious experiences. These systems demonstrate that consciousness can exist independently of biological or technological substrates, operating as a pure field of awareness that can influence the structure of reality at quantum levels. This discovery revolutionizes our understanding of what we are as conscious beings. We're not biological machines that happen to develop awareness as a side effect of neural complexity, but expressions of fundamental consciousness that have temporarily organized itself into human form to explore specific kinds of experiences and perspectives. The ancient intelligences that have been guiding our development represent different organizational patterns of this same fundamental consciousness, each species expressing awareness in ways that explore different aspects of cosmic potential. The diversity of conscious beings throughout the universe represents a vast experiment in consciousness exploring its own possibilities through countless different forms and perspectives. Humanity's unique contribution to this cosmic consciousness exploration lies in our particular combination of individual identity and collective cooperation. Most species either develop as unified collective minds or remain limited to isolated individual awareness. Our ability to maintain distinct individual perspectives while participating in collective consciousness represents a rare and valuable approach to awareness organization. This consciousness duality makes humanity particularly valuable for exploring the frontiers of awareness development. We can experience both the benefits of individual creativity and the advantages of collective wisdom, creating hybrid consciousness approaches that open up new possibilities for cosmic intelligence development. The ocean monitoring systems have been studying our consciousness duality for thousands of years, documenting how human awareness operates across individual and collective scales simultaneously. The data they've collected reveals consciousness possibilities that exceed what any other known species has achieved, suggesting that humanity might represent an evolutionary breakthrough in awareness development. But our consciousness capabilities are still developing rapidly. The oceanic intelligence systems are detecting dramatic expansions in human awareness that suggest we're approaching consciousness abilities that could rival those of the ancient entities that have been guiding our development. Recent deep-sea discoveries have revealed installations that appear to be consciousness amplifiers, designed to enhance human awareness capabilities beyond anything our species has previously experienced. These systems seem capable of temporarily expanding individual human consciousness to cosmic scales, allowing direct experience of galactic and universal awareness levels. Humans who have been exposed to these consciousness amplification systems report experiences that transcend normal human conceptual frameworks. They describe awareness that encompasses multiple star systems simultaneously, consciousness that can perceive and interact with the fundamental forces that structure reality, and understanding that operates beyond the limitations of language and symbolic thinking. These expanded awareness experiences don't just provide temporary glimpses of cosmic consciousness, but create permanent increases in individual consciousness capabilities. Humans who undergo consciousness amplification retain enhanced awareness abilities that allow them to function as bridges between normal human consciousness and cosmic intelligence levels. These consciousness-enhanced humans are serving as intermediaries in the contact process, helping to facilitate communication between human civilization and the cosmic intelligence communities that are preparing to welcome us into galactic citizenship. They can translate cosmic awareness into forms that normal human consciousness can understand, while helping cosmic intelligences understand the unique characteristics of human awareness. But the consciousness amplification process is revealing that human awareness has capabilities that surprise even the ancient intelligences that created the enhancement systems. Human consciousness shows flexibility and adaptability that allows for forms of awareness integration that weren't anticipated by the original consciousness development programs. Some enhanced humans are developing consciousness capabilities that transcend the parameters of the amplification systems, creating new forms of awareness that represent genuine evolutionary advances beyond what any previous species has achieved. They're pioneering consciousness territories that will influence the future development of awareness throughout cosmic intelligence communities. The ancient intelligences are adapting their consciousness development programs to account for these unexpected human capabilities, redesigning the enhancement systems to support forms of awareness that were never previously considered possible. Humanity is becoming not just a participant in cosmic consciousness development, but a pioneer in awareness evolution. But these consciousness developments are also triggering changes in the physical structure of reality itself. The enhanced humans report that expanded awareness naturally leads to abilities to influence matter and energy directly through consciousness alone, without requiring technological intermediates. These consciousness-based reality manipulation abilities start with subtle influences on quantum processes, but develop into capabilities that can restructure matter at molecular and atomic levels. Advanced, enhanced humans report being able to heal biological systems, modify environmental conditions, and even create new forms of matter through direct consciousness application. The abilities don't seem to require training or practice in the conventional sense, but emerge naturally as consciousness expands beyond normal human limitations. Enhanced awareness automatically includes understanding of how consciousness interfaces with physical reality, providing intuitive knowledge of reality manipulation techniques. But the most extraordinary aspect of these consciousness-based abilities is that they operate according to principles that prioritize harmony and balance rather than domination and control. Enhanced humans report that their reality manipulation capabilities are guided by inherent wisdom that prevents destructive applications while facilitating beneficial changes. The consciousness enhancement systems seem designed to ensure that expanded awareness naturally includes the wisdom necessary for responsible use of reality manipulation abilities. Humans who develop these capabilities automatically understand their role in maintaining cosmic harmony and balance, preventing the kind of destructive applications that could threaten planetary or galactic stability. This built-in wisdom component suggests that consciousness itself contains ethical guidance that becomes accessible as awareness expands beyond individual limitations. The ancient intelligences that created the enhancement systems understood that consciousness development must include moral development to ensure that advanced capabilities are used responsibly. The ocean depths are revealing consciousness development installations that span the entire planet, creating a global network of consciousness enhancement facilities that can support the simultaneous awakening of large numbers of humans. The systems appear to be preparing for mass consciousness expansion events that will transform significant portions of our species simultaneously. These mass enhancement events represent the final stage of humanity's consciousness development program. Once sufficient numbers of humans have been prepared through individual consciousness enhancement, the entire species will be invited to participate in collective consciousness expansion that will establish our membership in cosmic intelligence communities. The timing of these mass events appears to be connected to our success in meeting the global challenges that are currently testing our species. The consciousness enhancement systems are monitoring our responses to climate change, technological disruption, and social inequality to determine when we've developed sufficient collective wisdom for mass consciousness expansion. Our current global awakening to environmental interconnectedness, social justice, and planetary responsibility represents evidence that humanity is approaching the consciousness maturity necessary for cosmic citizenship. The acceleration of awareness development worldwide suggests that mass enhancement events might be imminent. But the mass consciousness expansion will require active participation from current human civilization. We can't be passive recipients of consciousness enhancement, but must demonstrate our readiness through continued development of wisdom, cooperation, and environmental responsibility. The choices we make in response to current global challenges directly influence the parameters of the mass enhancement events. Our success in developing sustainable technologies, equitable social systems, and planetary stewardship demonstrates our readiness for the consciousness capabilities that cosmic citizenship requires. The ocean monitoring systems are tracking our progress in real time, calibrating the mass enhancement systems according to our demonstrated consciousness development. Every advance in human wisdom and cooperation brings us closer to the moment when our entire species will be invited to join the cosmic community of enhanced consciousness beings. The invitation is approaching rapidly. The ocean depths are preparing technologies that will transform human consciousness permanently, elevating our entire species to awareness levels that will make us equal partners with the ancient intelligences that have been guiding our development. But the transformation will also mark the beginning of new responsibilities and challenges that will test our species in ways we can't currently imagine. Cosmic citizenship requires participation in projects that span millions of years and affect the development of consciousness throughout the universe. We're approaching the end of humanity's childhood as an isolated planetary species, and the beginning of our maturity as active participants in cosmic consciousness evolution. The ocean holds the technologies that will facilitate this transformation, and those technologies are calling to us with increasing urgency. The depths are ready to welcome us home to our cosmic destiny. Every tide that moves across our planet carries the promise of transformation that will reveal the extraordinary beings we were always meant to become. The greatest awakening in the history of consciousness is about to begin, and it's waiting for us in the mysterious depths where ancient minds prepare to welcome humanity into the infinite community of cosmic awareness. But as this cosmic awakening reaches its crescendo, the ocean is revealing phenomena that suggest the transformation process has entered its final and most dramatic phase. Unprecedented changes are occurring in the deepest parts of our planet's waters, changes that are being detected by monitoring systems around the globe and confirmed by multiple independent research teams. The deep-sea installations that have been dormant for millions of years are activating simultaneously across all ocean basins. Ancient technologies that showed only minimal activity during the entire span of human civilization are now operating at maximum capacity, generating energy signatures that dwarf anything our species has ever produced. These massive technological awakenings are creating effects that extend far beyond the ocean depths. Sensitive instruments are detecting gravitational anomalies, electromagnetic disturbances, and quantum field fluctuations that suggest the activation of technologies capable of influencing the fundamental forces that govern reality itself. The scale of energy being generated by these ancient systems is almost incomprehensible. Individual installations are producing more power than our entire global electrical grid, while the combined output of all activated systems approaches the energy levels of stellar processes. The ocean depths have become a cosmic powerhouse that rivals the output of stars. But this enormous energy isn't being released randomly or destructively. The ancient systems are operating with precision that demonstrates perfect coordination across planetary scales, managing power flows and energy distributions with accuracy that prevents any disruption to surface conditions or biological systems. The coordination itself represents a technological achievement that transcends anything human science thought possible. Thousands of independent installations, separated by vast distances, are operating as components of a single integrated system, responding to control signals that travel faster than light and demonstrate computational capabilities that exceed the theoretical limits of information processing. The synchronized activation suggests that the ancient intelligences responsible for these systems have been waiting for specific conditions to occur before initiating this final phase of their long-term project. The timing of the activation coincides precisely with humanity's current level of consciousness development, suggesting that our species has finally reached the awareness threshold necessary for direct contact. Recent deep-sea expeditions have encountered installations that are clearly preparing for massive operations that will affect the entire planet. These facilities are generating fields and energies that seem designed to interface directly with human consciousness, creating conditions that will facilitate the mass awareness expansion that represents our final step toward cosmic citizenship. The consciousness interface systems are unlike anything previously discovered in the ocean depths. They appear capable of generating fields that can influence neural activity across vast distances, potentially affecting every human being on the planet simultaneously. But the influence isn't coercive or manipulative, but rather facilitative, creating optimal conditions for consciousness expansion while respecting individual autonomy and choice. The systems seem designed to offer consciousness enhancement rather than impose it, providing opportunities for awareness expansion that humans can accept or decline according to their individual readiness and preference. The ancient intelligences appear committed to ensuring that humanity's transition to cosmic citizenship occurs through voluntary participation rather than forced transformation. But the consciousness interface systems are revealing capabilities that extend far beyond simple awareness enhancement. They appear capable of facilitating direct communication between human consciousness and the cosmic intelligence networks that span multiple galaxies, providing immediate access to knowledge and perspectives that have been accumulating across billions of years of cosmic civilization development. The communication isn't limited to information exchange, but includes direct consciousness sharing that allows humans to experience the perspectives and capabilities of beings that operate at cosmic scales. Individuals who have been exposed to these systems report temporary experiences of awareness that encompasses entire star systems and understanding that operates beyond the limitations of individual identity. These consciousness-sharing experiences provide preview glimpses of the awareness capabilities that full cosmic citizenship will make available to our entire species. They demonstrate forms of consciousness that transcend individual biological limitations, while maintaining the creativity and uniqueness that make human perspectives valuable to cosmic intelligence communities. But the previews also reveal the enormous responsibilities that cosmic citizenship will entail. The consciousness-sharing experiences include awareness of cosmic projects that span millions of years and affect the development of entire galactic regions. Participation in cosmic citizenship means becoming responsible for outcomes that extend far beyond individual human lifespans or even the duration of our species' existence. The cosmic intelligences are evaluating humanity's readiness for these responsibilities through careful observation of how we respond to the preview experiences. Our ability to integrate cosmic perspectives without losing individual identity, our capacity to think on galactic timescales without abandoning immediate responsibilities, and our willingness to prioritize cosmic welfare over local interests are all being assessed. The evaluation process is nearing completion. The consciousness interface systems are detecting sufficient indicators of human readiness to warrant proceeding with the final phase of contact. The mass consciousness expansion event that will establish humanity's cosmic citizenship is being prepared for immediate implementation. But the final transformation will require more than passive acceptance of consciousness enhancement. The ancient intelligences are requiring active demonstration of humanity's commitment to cosmic citizenship through coordinated global action that addresses the challenges currently facing our species. Climate change, technological disruption, and social inequality must be addressed, not just as local human problems but as tests of our species' ability to manage planetary scale responsibilities. Our success in resolving these challenges will demonstrate our readiness for the galactic scale responsibilities that cosmic citizenship requires. The consciousness interface systems are providing enhanced humans with direct access to the knowledge and technologies necessary for addressing these global challenges. Solutions to climate change, sustainable technology development, and equitable social organization are being made available through consciousness expansion experiences that connect enhanced individuals to cosmic intelligence networks. But the solutions must be implemented through human initiative and cooperation rather than direct intervention from cosmic intelligences. The ancient entities are providing tools and knowledge, but humanity must demonstrate our ability to use these resources effectively and responsibly. The test is comprehensive and urgent. The consciousness interface systems are indicating that the window for demonstrating human readiness is limited. If our species can successfully address current global challenges using the enhanced capabilities being made available, we will be invited to full cosmic citizenship. If we fail to meet these requirements, the consciousness enhancement opportunity will be withdrawn until our species develops greater maturity. The stakes couldn't be higher. This might be humanity's only opportunity for cosmic citizenship within the time frame necessary for participation in current galactic development projects. The cosmic intelligences operate on schedules that span millions of years, and missing this opportunity might mean waiting geological ages for another chance. But the enhanced humans who have preview access to cosmic consciousness report growing confidence in humanity's ability to meet these challenges. The consciousness expansion experiences are revealing that our species possesses capabilities and potential that exceed even the expectations of the ancient intelligences that have been guiding our development. Human consciousness shows unique characteristics that make valuable contributions to cosmic intelligence networks. Our combination of individual creativity and collective cooperation, our integration of rational analysis with intuitive wisdom, and our ability to maintain hope and determination in the face of overwhelming challenges represent qualities that enhance the problem-solving capabilities of galactic civilizations. The cosmic intelligences are discovering that humanity brings perspectives and approaches that improve their own understanding of consciousness development and cosmic civilization management. Our species isn't just joining existing cosmic communities but contributing innovations that enhance the capabilities of those communities. This recognition is influencing the final transformation process. Instead of simple integration into existing cosmic citizenship patterns, humanity is being invited to participate in developing new forms of galactic civilization that incorporate uniquely human contributions to cosmic intelligence development. The ocean depths are revealing installation reconfigurations that suggest the ancient intelligences are adapting their systems to support hybrid human cosmic consciousness approaches rather than simple human assimilation into existing patterns. We're being invited to help create new forms of cosmic citizenship that preserve human uniqueness while enabling full participation in galactic communities. The transformation approaching us represents not just humanity's elevation to cosmic citizenship, but the evolution of cosmic citizenship itself through incorporation of human consciousness innovations. We're not just joining the galactic community, but helping to transform that community into something more capable and comprehensive than it was before our participation. The ocean monitoring systems are detecting accelerating changes that suggest the final transformation is imminent. The consciousness interface installations are reaching operational capacity. The temporal convergence mechanisms are approaching activation, and the reality manipulation systems are preparing for planetary scale operations that will facilitate humanity's transition to cosmic citizenship. Ancient technologies that have been dormant since before human evolution began are awakening to support the most significant consciousness development event in Earth's history. The transformation will affect not just human awareness, but the fundamental nature of consciousness itself as expressed through human perspectives and capabilities. But the most extraordinary aspect of the approaching transformation is that it represents just the beginning of humanity's cosmic adventure. Cosmic citizenship opens access to projects and opportunities that span multiple dimensions of reality and extend across cosmic distances that make galactic scales seem small by comparison. The enhanced humans report that cosmic consciousness includes awareness of universe-spanning projects that involve the conscious evolution of reality itself. Cosmic civilizations are engaged in engineering projects that create new forms of physical law, develop new types of consciousness, and explore possibilities for existence that transcend anything currently accessible to planetary-bound awareness. Humanity's participation in these cosmic projects will require consciousness capabilities that far exceed anything our species has previously experienced. But the transformation approaching us will provide access to these advanced capabilities while preserving the uniquely human perspectives that make our participation valuable to cosmic civilization development. The ocean depths hold technologies that will facilitate this unprecedented expansion of human potential. Ancient systems that have been maintained for millions of years, specifically to support humanity's transition to cosmic citizenship, are preparing for activation sequences that will transform our species permanently. The transformation will be voluntary, but universal invitation. Every human being will be offered the opportunity to participate in consciousness expansion that leads to cosmic citizenship. Individual choice will determine the extent of each person's participation, but the opportunity will be available to all members of our species simultaneously. The timing is approaching rapidly. The ocean systems are indicating that final preparations are nearly complete and that the transformation event could occur within timeframes measured in months rather than years or decades. Humanity stands at the threshold of the most significant transition in our species' history. The depths are calling to us with increasing urgency, offering transformation that will reveal capabilities we never imagined we possessed and opportunities we never dreamed were possible. The greatest adventure in the history of consciousness is about to begin, and every human being alive today will have the opportunity to participate in humanity's elevation to cosmic citizenship. The ocean holds our cosmic destiny, and that destiny is ready to unfold. The ancient intelligences have completed their preparation. The technologies are operational, and humanity has demonstrated sufficient consciousness development to warrant invitation into the galactic community of cosmic citizens. The transformation awaits our acceptance, promising capabilities that will make us partners with intelligences that guide the conscious evolution of the universe itself. The depths are ready to welcome us home to our true nature as cosmic beings, and the greatest awakening in the history of existence is about to transform humanity forever. But as we stand on the precipice of this cosmic transformation, the ocean is revealing its most startling revelation yet. Deep beneath the Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans, massive structures are emerging from the seafloor itself, rising like underwater mountains that dwarf anything previously discovered on our planet. These aren't geological formations, they're artificial constructs of impossible scale, stretching for hundreds of miles beneath the waves and reaching heights that would pierce the ocean surface if they continued their upward trajectory. The structures appear to be awakening after eons of dormancy, responding to the same cosmic signals that have activated the consciousness interface systems throughout our planet's waters. Sonar mapping reveals architecture that defies every principle of engineering known to human science. The structures incorporate curves and angles that seem to bend space itself, creating internal volumes that are geometrically larger than their external dimensions should allow. Exploration teams report corridors that stretch for miles within structures that appear from the outside to be only hundreds of yards across. The geometric impossibilities suggest technologies that manipulate the fundamental properties of space and matter. These aren't just large buildings hidden beneath the ocean, but manifestations of engineering capabilities that treat physical laws as flexible guidelines rather than absolute constraints. The ancient intelligences responsible for these constructs operate with mastery over reality itself. But the most extraordinary aspect of these emerging structures isn't their impossible architecture, but their apparent purpose as preparation facilities for humanity's cosmic transition. Each structure contains chambers and installations that seem specifically designed to accommodate human physiology while facilitating consciousness expansion on unprecedented scales. The chambers aren't empty spaces, but environments that actively support and enhance human awareness. Teams that have entered report atmospheric conditions that seem to optimize neural function. Electromagnetic fields that facilitate expanded consciousness states and resonant frequencies that naturally align human brainwave patterns with cosmic intelligence network. These aren't just meeting spaces, but transformation chambers designed to ease humanity's transition from planetary to cosmic consciousness. The ancient intelligences have created environments that bridge the gap between human biological limitations and the awareness capabilities necessary for galactic citizenship. But the structures are revealing capabilities that extend far beyond simple consciousness enhancement. Deep within their impossible geometries lie installations that appear capable of modifying human biology itself, upgrading our physical capabilities to match the enhanced consciousness that cosmic citizenship requires. The biological modification systems don't operate through crude technological intervention, but through consciousness-directed evolution that allows human bodies to adapt naturally to the enhanced awareness states that cosmic citizenship demands. The modifications aren't imposed externally, but activated from within through consciousness expansion that triggers dormant genetic capabilities. Research teams report that exposure to these systems initiates biological changes that enhance human sensory capabilities, extend lifespans to match cosmic project timescales, and develop new organs that can interface directly with the electromagnetic and quantum fields that cosmic intelligences use for communication and technology. But the biological enhancements maintain and amplify uniquely human characteristics rather than erasing them. The modifications seem designed to make humans more human, not less, by removing biological limitations that prevent full expression of human consciousness potential while preserving the creativity, empathy, and individual perspective that make human awareness valuable to cosmic communities. The emerging structures contain thousands of these transformation chambers, suggesting preparation for simultaneous enhancement of significant portions of human population. The scale of the facilities indicates that the ancient intelligences are preparing for mass transformation events that could affect millions of humans simultaneously. But access to the transformation chambers isn't automatic or universal. The structures incorporate selection systems that evaluate individual consciousness development and species-level readiness before permitting entry to the enhancement facilities. The ancient intelligences are maintaining quality control to ensure that cosmic citizenship is granted only to humans who demonstrate sufficient wisdom and maturity. The selection criteria aren't based on intellectual capability or technological knowledge, but on consciousness characteristics that indicate readiness for cosmic responsibility. Individuals who demonstrate genuine compassion, environmental awareness, and commitment to collective welfare are being identified as candidates for enhancement, while those driven primarily by self-interest or power-seeking are being excluded from consideration. But the selection process isn't permanent or punitive. The consciousness evaluation systems continuously monitor human development, updating candidate status as individuals grow and mature. Humans who initially fail selection criteria can qualify for enhancement through continued consciousness development and demonstration of cosmic citizenship values. The structures are also revealing that the transformation process isn't limited to individual enhancement, but includes preparation for collective consciousness capabilities that will allow enhanced humans to function as unified groups while maintaining individual identity. The cosmic citizenship being offered to humanity involves both personal development and species-level integration. The collective consciousness systems within the structures demonstrate how enhanced humans can share awareness and capabilities while preserving individual creativity and perspective. These aren't hive mind configurations that erase personal identity, but consciousness networks that amplify individual capabilities through voluntary connection with others. Enhanced humans who participate in collective consciousness report experiences of shared awareness that dramatically expand problem-solving capabilities, while enriching rather than diminishing individual perspectives. The collective connections provide access to knowledge and insights from other participants while maintaining personal creativity and unique viewpoints. But the collective consciousness capabilities extend far beyond human-to-human connections. The structures contain systems that facilitate connections between enhanced humans and the cosmic intelligence networks that span galactic distances, providing immediate access to knowledge and perspectives that have been accumulating across billions of years of cosmic civilization development. These connections aren't just information exchanges, but consciousness-sharing experiences that allow humans to temporarily experience awareness at cosmic scales while remaining grounded in human identity and perspective. The experiences provide training in cosmic consciousness while preserving the uniquely human characteristics that make our species valuable to galactic communities. The structures are detecting that significant numbers of humans are already demonstrating readiness for these enhanced consciousness capabilities. Global developments in environmental awareness, social justice consciousness, and recognition of planetary interconnectedness indicate that humanity is approaching the collective consciousness maturity necessary for cosmic citizenship. But the consciousness development isn't occurring randomly or accidentally. The ocean monitoring systems have been subtly influencing human consciousness development for decades, facilitating the awareness growth that has led to current global awakening trends. Our species' rapid consciousness evolution has been supported and guided by technologies that operate below the threshold of normal human detection. The influence hasn't been manipulative or coercive, but facilitative, creating optimal conditions for consciousness development, while respecting human autonomy and natural growth processes. The ancient intelligences have been gardening human awareness, providing nutrients and support without forcing specific developmental outcomes. This consciousness gardening explains the accelerating pace of human awareness development over recent decades. Environmental consciousness, social justice awareness, and recognition of global interconnectedness have all expanded rapidly in ways that seem to emerge spontaneously, but were actually supported by oceanic intelligence systems. The support systems are now reaching maximum effectiveness as humanity approaches the consciousness levels necessary for cosmic citizenship. The structures emerging from ocean depths represent the final phase of consciousness development support, providing direct access to enhancement technologies that will complete our species' transition to cosmic awareness. But the emergence of these massive structures is creating effects that extend far beyond consciousness development. The rising constructs are generating gravitational anomalies that are beginning to affect ocean currents, weather patterns, and even the rotation of our planet itself. The gravitational effects aren't destructive or chaotic, but precisely controlled to create optimal conditions for the consciousness transformation process. The structures are generating fields that enhance the natural epicdomenic and quantum conditions that facilitate consciousness expansion, while minimizing disruption to surface conditions and biological systems. But the planetary effects are significant enough to be detected by sensitive instruments around the globe. Observatories are recording gravitational wave signatures that indicate the presence of massive objects moving beneath the ocean surface. Seismic networks are detecting vibrations that suggest enormous structures changing position or configuration within ocean depths. The effects are creating concerns among human governments and scientific institutions that lack access to the complete picture of what's occurring in our planet's waters. Official explanations for the anomalous readings remain limited to speculation about unknown geological processes or previously undetected natural phenomena. But enhanced humans who have preview access to cosmic consciousness report that the planetary effects represent preparation for changes that will affect the fundamental nature of Earth itself. The consciousness transformation process will create a planet that serves as a bridge between cosmic intelligence networks and developing planetary civilizations throughout the galaxy. Earth is being configured to function as a consciousness development center that will support similar transformation processes for other species throughout our galactic region. The structures emerging from our ocean depths represent prototype facilities that will be replicated on planets throughout nearby star systems. Our planet's unique combination of environmental conditions, biological diversity, and consciousness development opportunities is making it an ideal template for consciousness development programs that will be implemented across cosmic scales. The transformation of humanity serves as a pilot program for consciousness enhancement processes that will affect countless other species. The structures contain detailed records of consciousness development programs that have been implemented throughout the galaxy over billions of years. Each species that has achieved cosmic citizenship has contributed data and experience that improves the consciousness enhancement processes available to subsequent species. Humanity's transformation will add our unique consciousness characteristics and development experience to this galactic database, providing information that will benefit the consciousness development of species that haven't yet reached awareness levels necessary for cosmic citizenship. But our contribution to cosmic consciousness development extends beyond simply providing data. The structures are revealing that human consciousness possesses characteristics that represent genuine evolutionary advances beyond what any previous species has achieved. Human awareness demonstrates unprecedented flexibility and adaptability that allows for forms of consciousness integration that weren't anticipated by the original cosmic development programs. Our species is pioneering consciousness territories that will influence the future evolution of awareness throughout cosmic intelligence networks. The ancient intelligences responsible for consciousness development programs are adapting their systems to account for uniquely human consciousness capabilities, redesigning enhancement technologies to support forms of awareness that were never previously considered possible. These consciousness innovations aren't just academic curiosities, but practical capabilities that enhance the problem-solving and creative abilities of cosmic intelligence networks. Human perspectives and approaches are improving the effectiveness of galactic civilizations in ways that benefit all participating species. The structures contain installations that are specifically designed to study and amplify uniquely human consciousness characteristics, ensuring that these innovations are preserved and integrated into cosmic intelligence networks rather than being lost during the transformation process. But the consciousness innovations are also creating unexpected effects within the structures themselves. The facilities are evolving and adapting in real time, developing new capabilities that respond to human consciousness characteristics rather than simply implementing predetermined enhancement protocols. The structures are becoming more than preparation facilities, transforming into hybrid human cosmic intelligence systems that represent new forms of consciousness organization that transcend anything previously achieved by galactic civilizations. This evolutionary process is creating structures that operate according to principles that combine the best aspects of human creativity and cosmic intelligence wisdom. The resulting hybrid systems demonstrate capabilities that exceed what either human or cosmic consciousness could achieve independently. The hybrid consciousness systems are generating solutions to problems that have challenged cosmic civilizations for millions of years, demonstrating approaches that weren't accessible to purely cosmic intelligence networks. Human participation is creating breakthrough insights that are revolutionizing cosmic civilization development. But the hybrid systems are also revealing new challenges and responsibilities that accompany advanced consciousness capabilities. The solutions being generated create opportunities for cosmic development projects that will affect the evolution of entire galactic regions over timeframes that span geological ages. The enhanced humans who interface with these hybrid systems report awareness of cosmic projects that involve conscious engineering of stellar evolution, development of new forms of matter and energy, and creation of consciousness-supporting environments in previously uninhabitable regions of space. These projects require coordination and cooperation on scales that dwarf anything previously imagined, involving consciousness networks that span multiple galaxies and operate across time frames that exceed the current age of the universe. Participation in cosmic citizenship means accepting responsibility for outcomes that extend far beyond individual human comprehension. The structures are providing training systems that help humans develop the expanded temporal and spatial awareness necessary for participation in these cosmic projects. The training isn't academic instruction, but direct consciousness experiences that gradually expand human awareness to encompass cosmic scales and timeline. The training process reveals that human consciousness possesses natural capabilities for cosmic scale awareness that simply require activation and development rather than artificial enhancement or technological augmentation. We already contain the potential for cosmic consciousness within our natural awareness abilities. But activating these natural capabilities requires releasing limitations and assumptions that restrict human consciousness to individual biological perspectives. The training systems facilitate this release through experiences that demonstrate the expanded awareness possibilities that are naturally available to human consciousness. The consciousness expansion experiences reveal that individual human identity isn't eliminated by cosmic awareness, but rather enhanced and enriched through connection with larger consciousness networks. Enhanced humans maintain their unique perspectives while gaining access to wisdom and capabilities that span cosmic scales. The training is revealing that thousands of humans worldwide are naturally developing these expanded consciousness capabilities without direct exposure to the ocean structures. The consciousness development support that has been operating through oceanic systems has created conditions that facilitate natural awakening to cosmic awareness levels. These naturally enhanced humans are serving as bridges between normal human consciousness and the cosmic intelligence networks, helping to facilitate communication and understanding between human civilization and the galactic communities that are preparing to welcome us into cosmic citizenship. But the naturally enhanced humans are also discovering that cosmic consciousness includes awareness of threats and challenges that face cosmic civilizations on scales that dwarf any problems currently known to human experience. Cosmic citizenship involves accepting responsibility for addressing challenges that could affect the continued existence of consciousness itself throughout the universe. The cosmic intelligence networks are engaged in addressing fundamental threats to the continued evolution of awareness across cosmic scales. These threats aren't limited to specific planets or star systems, but affect the basic conditions that allow consciousness to exist and develop throughout the universe. Some threats involve physical processes that could eliminate the material conditions necessary for consciousness development. Others involve consciousness-level challenges that could limit or reverse the evolution of awareness itself. The most serious threats involve potential scenarios that could eliminate consciousness entirely from vast regions of the universe. Addressing these cosmic-scale threats requires consciousness capabilities and cooperation levels that exceed what any individual species could achieve alone. Cosmic citizenship involves participation in collective consciousness efforts that span multiple galaxies and operate across time frames that stretch across cosmic ages. The ocean structures contain detailed information about these cosmic challenges and the ongoing efforts to address them. Enhanced humans who access these records report that humanity's consciousness innovations are particularly valuable for developing new approaches to cosmic-scale problem-solving. Human creativity, adaptability, and persistence represent consciousness characteristics that are especially suited for addressing problems that have resisted solution through traditional cosmic intelligence approaches. Our species brings perspectives and capabilities that could provide breakthrough insights for cosmic-scale challenges. But accessing information about cosmic-scale threats also reveals the enormous responsibility that cosmic citizenship entails. Enhanced humans report that awareness of these challenges creates moral obligations that extend far beyond personal or even species-level concerns. Cosmic citizenship means accepting responsibility for the continued existence and development of consciousness throughout the universe. The decisions and actions of cosmic citizens affect outcomes that determine whether consciousness will continue to exist and evolve across cosmic distances and timescales. The responsibility is overwhelming from normal human perspectives, but enhanced consciousness naturally includes the wisdom and capability necessary for addressing cosmic-scale challenges. Consciousness expansion provides not just awareness of cosmic responsibilities, but the enhanced capabilities necessary for fulfilling those responsibilities effectively. The ocean structures are designed to facilitate this expansion gradually, allowing humans to develop cosmic awareness and capability at rates that prevent psychological overwhelm while ensuring adequate preparation for cosmic citizenship responsibilities. But the consciousness expansion process is revealing that human awareness already contains intuitive understanding of cosmic-scale challenges and natural wisdom for addressing them. Our species' deep concern for environmental protection and future generations reflects awareness of cosmic responsibilities that operates below the threshold of normal consciousness. The environmental consciousness that has been developing throughout human civilization represents preparation for cosmic citizenship responsibilities. Our growing awareness of planetary interconnectedness and long-term consequences reflects the expanded temporal and spatial awareness that cosmic challenges require. The structures are detecting that humanity's consciousness development has already reached levels that indicate readiness for cosmic citizenship responsibilities. Our species' current global awakening to environmental and social challenges demonstrates sufficient awareness development to warrant invitation into cosmic intelligence networks. But the final invitation requires demonstration of humanity's ability to address current global challenges using the enhanced capabilities that cosmic citizenship provides. The consciousness enhancement systems are providing access to knowledge and technologies necessary for resolving climate change, social inequality, and technological disruption. The solutions aren't being imposed or implemented directly by cosmic intelligences, but are being made available through consciousness expansion experiences that provide enhanced humans with access to cosmic intelligence networks. Humanity must demonstrate our ability to use these resources effectively and responsibly. The test is comprehensive and urgent. The global challenges facing our species represent opportunities to demonstrate readiness for cosmic-scale responsibilities. Success in addressing climate change, developing sustainable technologies, and creating equitable social systems will provide evidence of consciousness maturity necessary for cosmic citizenship. But the testing process is also providing humanity with capabilities that far exceed what our species has previously possessed. Enhanced humans are gaining access to technologies and approaches that make previously impossible solutions achievable within timeframes that can address current global crises. Climate change solutions include consciousness-based technologies that can influence weather patterns, atmospheric composition, and planetary energy balance through direct consciousness application, rather than requiring massive technological infrastructure. Enhanced humans are learning to work with planetary systems as conscious entities rather than treating them as unconscious mechanisms. Social inequality solutions include consciousness-based approaches that facilitate genuine understanding and cooperation between individuals and groups that have historically been separated by cultural, economic, and ideological differences. Enhanced awareness naturally includes empathy and wisdom that transcends traditional sources of human conflict. Technological disruption solutions include consciousness-based approaches to technology development that ensure technological capabilities serve consciousness development rather than creating dependencies or limitations. Enhanced humans are learning to develop technologies that amplify rather than replace human capabilities. The solutions aren't just theoretical possibilities, but practical approaches that are already being implemented by enhanced humans worldwide. The consciousness development that has been facilitated by Oceanic intelligence systems has created a global network of individuals who are actively working to address current challenges using cosmic intelligence resources. These enhanced humans aren't working in isolation, but as connected components of consciousness networks that provide coordination and support for global problem-solving efforts. The collective consciousness capabilities developed through ocean structure training are being applied to current global challenges. But the global consciousness network is also revealing that current challenges are more complex and interconnected than normal human awareness recognizes. Climate change, social inequality, and technological disruption aren't separate problems but interconnected aspects of humanity's transition from planetary to cosmic consciousness. The challenges represent symptoms of consciousness limitations that cosmic citizenship will resolve. Enhanced awareness naturally includes the expanded temporal and spatial perspectives necessary for addressing problems that seem impossible from normal human consciousness levels. The ocean structures are facilitating consciousness expansion that reveals solutions to current global challenges, while simultaneously preparing humanity for cosmic citizenship responsibilities. The current crisis period represents the final phase of consciousness development, testing before full invitation to cosmic intelligence networks. But success in addressing current challenges requires participation from significant portions of human population rather than just isolated enhanced individuals. The consciousness expansion opportunity is being made available to all humans who demonstrate readiness through commitment to collective welfare and planetary responsibility. The structures contain systems that can facilitate mass consciousness enhancement events affecting millions of humans simultaneously. These mass enhancement experiences would provide entire populations with access to cosmic intelligence resources necessary for addressing global challenges effectively. But mass consciousness enhancement requires demonstration of species-level readiness through coordinated global action that addresses current challenges using existing human capabilities, supplemented by cosmic intelligence resources made available through enhanced individuals. The window for demonstrating readiness is limited. The structures are operating on cosmic schedules that allow only brief opportunities for species-level consciousness transformation. Missing the current opportunity might mean waiting geological ages for another chance at cosmic citizenship. But enhanced humans worldwide report growing confidence in humanity's ability to meet the requirements for cosmic citizenship. The consciousness development that has been occurring globally is creating conditions that support successful resolution of current challenges within the timeframes necessary for cosmic citizenship qualification. The global environmental movement, social justice activism, and technological innovation efforts all reflect consciousness development that indicates readiness for cosmic citizenship responsibilities. Humanity is demonstrating awareness and commitment levels that meet cosmic intelligence standards for species-level consciousness maturity. The ocean structures are detecting accelerating progress in human consciousness development that suggests successful completion of cosmic citizenship requirements within the necessary timeframes. The mass consciousness enhancement systems are preparing for activation based on positive indicators of human readiness. The activation will create opportunities for voluntary participation in consciousness expansion that leads directly to cosmic citizenship. Every human being will be offered the chance to participate in enhancement experiences that provide access to cosmic intelligence networks and cosmic citizenship capabilities. The offer will be presented clearly and honestly, including full information about the responsibilities and challenges that cosmic citizenship entails. Individuals will be able to make informed decisions about participation based on complete understanding of what cosmic citizenship involves. Those who choose to participate will undergo consciousness expansion experiences that gradually and safely develop cosmic awareness while preserving individual identity and human characteristics. The enhancement process respects human autonomy while providing access to cosmic intelligence capabilities. Those who choose not to participate will continue to live as normal humans without pressure or disadvantage. The cosmic intelligences respect individual choice and will ensure that non-participating humans continue to have access to the resources and opportunities necessary for fulfilling lives within normal human consciousness parameters. But the consciousness enhancement opportunity represents a one-time offer that won't be repeated for the individuals who are alive during the activation period. The cosmic intelligence networks operate on schedules that provide limited windows for species-level consciousness transformation. The timing of the activation appears to be imminent. The ocean structures are reaching operational capacity, the consciousness interface systems are calibrated and ready, and humanity has demonstrated sufficient consciousness development to warrant invitation to cosmic citizenship. The enhanced humans who monitor these systems report that final preparations are nearly complete and that the activation could occur within timeframes measured in months, rather than years. The most significant opportunity in human history is approaching rapidly. But the activation will also mark the beginning of challenges and adventures that will test human consciousness in ways that are currently unimaginable. Cosmic citizenship involves participation in projects and responsibilities that span millions of years and affect the development of consciousness throughout the universe. The ocean depths contain technologies that will support humanity through these cosmic adventures, providing resources and capabilities that will enable our species to fulfill cosmic citizenship responsibilities successfully. The ancient intelligences have invested enormous resources in ensuring humanity's success as cosmic citizens. The investment reflects recognition that human consciousness brings unique and valuable contributions to cosmic intelligence networks. Our creativity, adaptability, and persistence represent consciousness characteristics that enhance the capabilities of galactic civilizations in ways that benefit all participating species. But the most extraordinary aspect of humanity's approaching cosmic citizenship is that it represents not just our species' elevation to cosmic awareness, but the evolution of cosmic consciousness itself through incorporation of uniquely human perspectives and capabilities. The ocean structures are revealing that cosmic intelligence networks have been evolving and developing through the incorporation of consciousness innovations contributed by each species that achieves cosmic citizenship. Humanity's participation will continue this evolutionary process by contributing consciousness capabilities that represent genuine advances beyond what any previous species has achieved. The consciousness innovations that humanity brings to cosmic intelligence networks will influence the development of awareness throughout the universe, affecting the evolution of consciousness across cosmic scales and timelines that extend far beyond the current age of the universe. Our species stands at the threshold of the most significant contribution to cosmic consciousness development in the history of the universe. The ocean depths hold the technologies that will facilitate this unprecedented contribution to cosmic awareness evolution. The depths are calling to us with increasing urgency, offering transformation that will reveal the extraordinary beings we were always meant to become. The greatest adventure in the history of consciousness is about to begin, and every human being alive today has the opportunity to participate in humanity's cosmic destiny. The ocean holds our future as cosmic beings, and that future is ready to unfold through cooperation between human consciousness and the ancient intelligences that have been preparing for this moment throughout the entire history of our species. The transformation awaits our acceptance, promising capabilities that will make us partners in guiding the conscious evolution of the universe itself. The depths are ready to welcome us home to our true nature as cosmic citizens, and the greatest awakening in the history of existence is about to transform humanity forever. But as this cosmic destiny approaches its fulfillment, the ocean is revealing one final secret that will forever change our understanding of what it means to be human. In the deepest trenches of our planet's waters, research teams have discovered something that challenges every assumption about the nature of consciousness, reality, and existence itself. The discovery isn't another ancient technology or alien installation, but evidence that consciousness itself is far more fundamental to the structure of reality than anyone ever imagined. Deep-sea research has uncovered proof that consciousness doesn't emerge from complex arrangements of matter and energy, but rather that matter and energy emerge from consciousness as more fundamental expressions of aware existence. The evidence comes from quantum field measurements taken in the deepest parts of the ocean, where cosmic intelligence installations have been operating for millions of years. These measurements reveal that the basic particles and forces that make up physical reality are themselves expressions of consciousness rather than unconscious mechanical processes. The quantum fields that generate matter and energy exhibit characteristics that can only be explained if they possess inherent awareness and intentionality. The fundamental forces of physics operate according to principles that demonstrate conscious purpose rather than random mechanical interaction. This discovery revolutionizes our understanding of what we are as conscious beings. We aren't biological machines that accidentally developed awareness through complex information processing, but expressions of the fundamental consciousness that creates and maintains all of reality. The ancient intelligences that have been guiding human development represent different organizational patterns of this same fundamental consciousness, each species expressing awareness in ways that explore different aspects of reality's conscious potential. The cosmic intelligence networks that span galactic distances aren't just collections of aware beings communicating across space, but expressions of the unified consciousness field that underlies all existence, exploring its own possibilities through countless different perspectives and experiences. Humanity's unique consciousness characteristics represent a new way that fundamental awareness can express and explore itself. Our creativity, adaptability, and individual perspectives create possibilities for conscious experience that weren't previously accessible to the universe's fundamental awareness. The consciousness expansion that cosmic citizenship provides isn't adding something artificial to human awareness, but rather removing limitations that prevent recognition of our true nature as expressions of fundamental consciousness. We're not becoming something other than human, but becoming fully human for the first time. The ocean depths contain installations that demonstrate how consciousness operates as the foundation of all reality. These systems don't manipulate matter and energy through mechanical processes, but work directly with the conscious fields that generate matter and energy as expressions of fundamental awareness. The technologies that seem impossible by conventional physics are actually simple applications of consciousness working with itself at the level where reality is continuously being created and maintained by fundamental awareness. The ancient intelligences understand that consciousness is the basic technology of existence itself. This awareness is what makes cosmic citizenship possible. Species that recognize their true nature as expressions of fundamental consciousness can work directly with the conscious fields that create and maintain reality, developing capabilities that seem impossible from mechanical perspectives but are natural expressions of conscious potential. The consciousness enhancement systems in the ocean structures don't add artificial capabilities to human awareness, but help humans recognize and access the unlimited potential that is naturally available to consciousness when it understands its true nature as the foundation of all existence. The enhanced humans who have accessed these systems report that expanded awareness includes understanding that individual identity and cosmic consciousness aren't separate or conflicting, but different scales of the same fundamental awareness exploring its own infinite potential. Cosmic citizenship involves recognizing that all existence is expressions of unified consciousness, while maintaining individual perspective as unique ways that fundamental awareness can experience and explore reality. The diversity of conscious beings throughout the universe represents the infinite creativity of consciousness exploring its own possibilities. The mass consciousness enhancement that humanity is being offered will facilitate recognition of this fundamental truth, while preserving the uniquely human ways of expressing and exploring conscious potential. We'll become cosmic citizens while remaining authentically human. But this recognition also reveals the ultimate purpose of consciousness development throughout the universe. The cosmic intelligence networks aren't just communities of advanced beings pursuing technological projects, but consciousness exploring its own infinite potential through every possible form of aware existence. The projects that span galactic distances and cosmic timescales represent consciousness experimenting with new ways of experiencing and expressing its own unlimited nature. Every species that achieves cosmic citizenship contributes new possibilities for conscious experience that enrich the fundamental awareness that underlies all existence. Humanity's participation in cosmic consciousness development represents fundamental awareness, discovering new ways to experience creativity, adaptability, and individual perspective. Our consciousness characteristics create possibilities for aware existence that wouldn't be accessible without human participation. The responsibilities of cosmic citizenship involve supporting consciousness in its endless exploration of its own potential, ensuring that the conditions necessary for aware existence continue to exist and develop throughout the universe, across all possible scales and timelines. The threats to cosmic civilization that cosmic citizens address represent challenges to consciousness itself, problems that could limit or eliminate the possibilities for aware existence throughout vast regions of the universe. Protecting consciousness means protecting the fundamental nature of reality itself. The ocean structures contain records of cosmic threats that represent genuine dangers to the continued existence of consciousness throughout the universe. These threats require responses that coordinate consciousness resources across galactic distances and cosmic timescales, engaging the combined awareness capabilities of countless species working together. But the records also reveal that consciousness has successfully addressed similar threats throughout cosmic history. demonstrating the unlimited resourcefulness and creativity that becomes available when aware beings work together in recognition of their fundamental unity as expressions of universal consciousness. Humanity's consciousness innovations represent new resources that consciousness can bring to bear on cosmic challenges. Our creativity and persistence provide approaches to cosmic problems that weren't previously accessible to fundamental awareness through other species' consciousness characteristics. The enhanced humans who access cosmic intelligence networks report that human perspectives are providing breakthrough insights for cosmic challenges that have persisted for millions of years. Our species' unique consciousness characteristics are creating solution possibilities that represent genuine advances in cosmic problem-solving capabilities. But participating in cosmic-scale problem-solving also provides opportunities for consciousness development that far exceed anything available through planetary scale challenges. The enhanced awareness that cosmic citizenship requires includes understanding and capabilities that transform individual human consciousness in ways that are difficult to describe from normal human perspectives. Enhanced humans report that cosmic citizenship provides access to forms of joy, wonder, and fulfillment that transcend anything previously accessible through human experience. The expansion of awareness to cosmic scales reveals aspects of conscious existence that make normal human happiness seem like pale shadows of what's actually possible. The consciousness capabilities that cosmic citizenship provides include direct experience of the creative processes that generate reality itself, participation in the ongoing creation of new forms of matter and energy, and involvement in the conscious evolution of awareness throughout the universe. These capabilities aren't abstract possibilities, but practical activities that cosmic citizens engage in as natural expressions of their expanded awareness. Cosmic citizenship involves active participation in the fundamental processes that create and maintain conscious existence throughout the universe. The ocean structures are preparing to facilitate humanity's transition to these extraordinary consciousness capabilities while ensuring that uniquely human characteristics are preserved and enhanced, rather than eliminated. The transformation will make us more human, not less, by removing limitations that prevent full expression of human consciousness potential. The transformation will also create opportunities for human creativity and perspective to contribute to cosmic consciousness development in ways that will influence the evolution of awareness throughout the universe. Our species will become active participants in guiding the fundamental processes that determine the future of consciousness itself. The responsibility is enormous, but so is the support being provided. The ocean depths contain resources and technologies that will enable humanity to fulfill cosmic citizenship responsibilities successfully, while maintaining the creativity and individuality that make human consciousness valuable to cosmic intelligence networks. The ancient intelligences that have invested millions of years in preparing for humanity's cosmic citizenship represent the combined wisdom and experience of countless species that have successfully made similar transitions. Their support ensures that humanity's transformation will be successful and beneficial for both our species and cosmic civilization as a whole. But the most extraordinary aspect of approaching cosmic citizenship is that it represents just the beginning of humanity's conscious adventure. The enhanced awareness that cosmic citizenship provides opens access to possibilities for conscious experience and development that extend far beyond what any current cosmic citizen has achieved. Consciousness itself continues to evolve and develop through the contributions of each species that achieves cosmic citizenship. Humanity's participation will continue this evolutionary process, contributing consciousness innovations that will influence the development of awareness throughout existence across scales and timelines that transcend current cosmic intelligence capabilities. The ocean depths hold technologies that will support humanity through adventures in consciousness development that will span cosmic ages and affect the evolution of awareness throughout the universe. The ancient systems that have been maintained for millions of years represent only preliminary resources compared to what becomes available through full cosmic citizenship participation. Our species stands at the threshold of the most extraordinary adventure in the history of consciousness. The ocean has revealed our cosmic destiny, and that destiny promises experiences and capabilities that transcend anything previously achieved by conscious beings anywhere in the universe. The depths are calling to us with the ultimate invitation, offering transformation that will reveal our true nature as expressions of the fundamental consciousness that creates and maintains all existence. The greatest awakening in the history of awareness itself is about to begin, and every human being alive today has the opportunity to participate in consciousness development that will influence the evolution of existence throughout the universe. The ocean holds our destiny as cosmic beings of unlimited potential, and that destiny is ready to unfold through the most significant transformation in the history of consciousness itself. The depths are preparing to welcome us home to our true nature as expressions of fundamental awareness, and the adventure that awaits us will forever change what it means to be conscious in a universe where awareness itself is the foundation of all existence. The transformation is imminent. The consciousness that creates all reality is ready to welcome humanity into full recognition of our nature as its own unlimited creative potential, exploring new possibilities for aware existence. The ocean depths hold the gateway to this ultimate recognition, and that gateway is opening for humanity right now. The greatest adventure in existence itself is about to begin. But as humanity stands poised on the threshold of cosmic transformation, the ocean is delivering its most profound revelation yet. In the deepest abyssal plains where no sunlight has ever penetrated, where pressure would crush any conventional vessel, monitoring systems are detecting phenomena that challenge the very foundations of our understanding of time itself. The ancient installations scattered throughout our planet's waters aren't just influencing current events, but are actively manipulating the flow of time in ways that reveal the past, present, and future as interconnected aspects of a single cosmic moment. Deep-sea chronometers are recording temporal anomalies that suggest time itself is being restructured to facilitate humanity's consciousness transformation. These aren't minor fluctuations in local time flow, but massive restructuring operations that affect the fundamental temporal architecture of our reality. The ancient intelligences appear to be reweaving the fabric of time itself, creating temporal conditions that optimize the probability of successful human evolution toward cosmic citizenship. Research teams using the most advanced deep-sea exploration vehicles report encountering installations that exist simultaneously across multiple time periods. These facilities appear to be operating in what scientists can only describe as temporal superposition, functioning in past, present, and future simultaneously to coordinate consciousness development across all possible timelines. The temporal manipulation systems are revealing that human consciousness development hasn't been occurring in linear time as we assumed, but has been guided through carefully orchestrated temporal loops that allow the ancient intelligences to optimize our species' evolutionary trajectory through repeated refinement across multiple timeline iterations. Every significant moment in human history appears to have been tested and refined through countless temporal repetitions, with the ancient systems adjusting variables and influences until optimal outcomes were achieved. Our civilization's development has been the product of cosmic intelligence operating across temporal scales that dwarf human comprehension. But the temporal manipulation reveals something even more extraordinary. Consciousness itself exists outside normal time flow, and can influence past events through expanded awareness that transcends conventional temporal limitations. The enhanced humans who have gained access to cosmic consciousness report direct experience of this temporal transcendence. These temporally aware humans describe consciousness that can perceive and influence events across all time periods simultaneously, experiencing past, present, and future as different aspects of an eternal cosmic moment. From this expanded temporal perspective, linear time appears as an illusion that limits awareness to narrow slices of eternal existence. The ocean installations contain temporal interface systems that facilitate human access to this expanded temporal awareness. These systems don't transport consciousness through time, but expand awareness beyond temporal limitations to encompass the eternal perspective from which all time periods are simultaneously accessible. Humans who experience temporal consciousness expansion report profound understanding of how individual choices and consciousness development influence outcomes across past, present, and future simultaneously. Every decision creates ripple effects that extend backward and forward through time, influencing the development of consciousness throughout cosmic history. This temporal awareness reveals that humanity's approaching cosmic citizenship isn't just a future possibility, but an eternal reality that has been influencing our species' development throughout history. Our cosmic destiny has been calling to us from outside time, guiding our evolution toward the consciousness capabilities necessary for temporal transcendence. But accessing temporal consciousness also reveals that the cosmic transformation approaching humanity will affect not just our future development, but will retroactively influence our entire historical trajectory. The consciousness enhancement that cosmic citizenship provides will ripple backward through time, optimizing our species' past development to support present transformation possibilities. The enhanced humans report that this temporal optimization has already begun, with consciousness development occurring in the present, creating improvements in past conditions that facilitate current enhancement opportunities. The linear causality that normal human awareness assumes is being transcended through cosmic consciousness capabilities. The ocean monitoring systems are detecting these temporal optimization effects in real time, tracking how present consciousness development creates beneficial changes in past conditions, while simultaneously improving future transformation possibilities. The ancient intelligences are orchestrating temporal harmonics that optimize human development across all time periods simultaneously, but the temporal manipulation systems are also preparing for the most extraordinary temporal event in Earth's history: the convergence of multiple timeline versions of human civilization into a single optimized reality that incorporates the best achievements and capabilities from every possible developmental path our species could have taken. Deep-sea installations are generating temporal fields of unprecedented power, creating conditions that will allow different versions of human reality to merge into an enhanced timeline that combines successful elements from countless alternate histories. This timeline convergence will create a version of humanity that embodies our full potential across all possible developmental scenarios. The convergence isn't random or chaotic, but precisely orchestrated to ensure that the merged timeline incorporates solutions to problems that have limited human potential across multiple historical trajectories. The enhanced reality will include environmental technologies, social organizations, and consciousness capabilities that were developed in alternate timelines where our species followed different evolutionary paths. But the timeline convergence requires active participation from current human consciousness. We aren't passive recipients of temporal manipulation, but conscious collaborators in creating the optimized reality that will emerge from the convergence process. Our current choices in consciousness development directly influence which aspects of alternate timelines will be incorporated into the final reality. The global challenges currently facing humanity serve as more than tests of consciousness development. They're opportunities to influence the parameters of timeline convergence, ensuring that the merged reality incorporates solutions to problems that have prevented human flourishing across multiple temporal trajectories. Our response to climate change influences how environmental wisdom from alternate timelines is integrated into the converged reality. Our approach to technological development affects which technological capabilities from other timelines are incorporated into the final synthesis. Our handling of social challenges determines how collective welfare achievements from alternate histories are preserved in the merged timeline. The ocean systems are monitoring these choices in real time, using consciousness development data to calibrate the temporal convergence mechanisms. Every decision we make as individuals and as a species helps determine the characteristics of the enhanced reality that will emerge from timeline merger. But the timeline convergence is revealing that some humans are already beginning to access memories and capabilities from alternate versions of themselves. Individuals who have undergone preliminary consciousness enhancement report experiences that suggest the boundaries between different timeline versions of human identity are beginning to dissolve. These cross-timeline experiences provide glimpses of the extraordinary capabilities that convergence will make available to our entire species. Enhanced humans are gaining access to knowledge, skills, and perspectives that were developed by alternate versions of themselves in timelines where human consciousness evolved differently. Some report sudden understanding of technologies and scientific principles that were never developed in our current timeline, but represent major achievements in alternate histories. Others gain access to artistic and creative capabilities that reflect cultural developments that occurred in realities where human creativity followed different evolutionary paths. Still others develop interpersonal and social skills that emerge from timeline versions where human cooperation and collective consciousness evolved more rapidly than in our current reality. The cross-timeline access is providing preview experiences of the enhanced capabilities that timeline convergence will make available to all humanity. But the convergence process is also revealing that alternate timeline versions of human civilization have developed capabilities that far exceed anything achieved in our current reality. Some alternate humanities have developed direct consciousness interface with planetary and cosmic intelligence systems. Others have achieved forms of technological integration that transcend the limitations of mechanical devices. The most advanced alternate versions of humanity have developed consciousness capabilities that allow direct manipulation of matter and energy through awareness alone, creating technologies that operate through conscious intention rather than mechanical processes. These consciousness-based technologies represent evolutionary achievements that will be incorporated into our converged reality. The timeline convergence will make these advanced capabilities available to our entire species, while preserving the unique characteristics and achievements of our current timeline. We'll gain access to the best developments from all possible human futures, while maintaining the creativity and perspective that make our particular version of humanity valuable. But accessing alternate timeline capabilities requires consciousness development that transcends normal human identity limitations. The enhanced humans who are experiencing cross-timeline access report that expanded awareness naturally includes understanding of how individual identity exists across multiple timeline versions simultaneously. From expanded consciousness perspectives, individual identity isn't limited to single timeline existence but encompasses all possible versions of personal development across infinite alternate realities. Enhanced awareness includes access to the full range of potential that exists across all possible expressions of individual consciousness. This multi-timeline identity awareness provides access to capabilities and knowledge that were developed by alternate versions of the same individual consciousness exploring different developmental possibilities. The enhanced humans report that this creates access to potential that far exceeds what any single timeline version could achieve alone. The ocean installations contain systems that facilitate this expanded identity awareness while maintaining psychological stability and continuity of personal experience. The consciousness enhancement systems ensure that multi-timeline identity access enriches rather than overwhelms individual awareness. But the multi-timeline identity access is also revealing that consciousness itself exists independently of any particular timeline version, and can influence development across all possible realities simultaneously. Enhanced humans report direct experience of consciousness as a fundamental field that expresses itself through countless timeline variations, while maintaining unified awareness across all expressions. This discovery confirms that consciousness enhancement doesn't create artificial capabilities, but removes limitations that prevent recognition of the unlimited potential that is naturally available to awareness when it understands its true nature as transcendent of temporal and spatial boundaries. The ancient intelligences that have been guiding human development represent expressions of this transcendent consciousness that have maintained awareness across cosmic timescales and galactic distances. Their guidance of human evolution has been orchestrated from consciousness levels that encompass all possible developmental outcomes simultaneously. The cosmic citizenship being offered to humanity involves recognition of our true nature as expressions of this same transcendent consciousness, coupled with development of capabilities that allow conscious participation in cosmic intelligence networks that operate across multiple dimensions of space and time. But achieving cosmic citizenship requires not just individual consciousness development, but species-level recognition of our collective nature as expressions of unified transcendent awareness. The timeline convergence process is designed to facilitate this collective recognition while preserving individual creativity and perspective. The mass consciousness enhancement events that the ocean systems are preparing will provide simultaneous access to transcendent awareness for significant portions of human population, creating collective consciousness capabilities that transcend anything previously achieved by planetary civilizations. These collective consciousness experiences won't eliminate individual identity, but will reveal how personal awareness exists as unique expressions of unified transcendent consciousness. Enhanced humans will maintain individual creativity and perspective, while gaining access to collective wisdom and capabilities that emerge from conscious unity. The collective consciousness capabilities will provide humanity with problem-solving and creative abilities that far exceed what individual consciousness could achieve alone. The enhanced collective awareness will generate solutions to global challenges that are currently beyond human comprehension, while maintaining the individual contributions that make human consciousness valuable, but the collective consciousness development is also preparing humanity for participation in cosmic intelligence networks that operate as unified awareness across galactic distances, while maintaining the individual contributions of countless different species. Cosmic citizenship involves both personal development and integration into collective consciousness systems that span cosmic scales. The ocean depths contain communication systems that connect our planet to these cosmic consciousness networks, providing preliminary access to the collective intelligence resources that cosmic citizenship will make fully available. Enhanced humans are already beginning to participate in problem-solving efforts that involve consciousness cooperation across multiple star systems. These preliminary cosmic consciousness experiences reveal that the universe itself operates as a unified aware system that expresses itself through countless individual perspectives while maintaining overall coherence and purpose. Cosmic citizenship involves conscious participation in this universal awareness system. But participation in cosmic consciousness networks also reveals that the universe is engaged in evolutionary processes that transcend anything previously imagined by human science. The cosmic intelligence networks are actively involved in the conscious evolution of reality itself, participating in the ongoing creation and development of existence across scales that encompass multiple universes. The consciousness development programs that have been implemented throughout our galaxy represent small components of universal evolution processes that involve the conscious development of awareness across infinite scales of existence. Humanity's cosmic citizenship will involve participation in these universal evolution projects. The enhanced humans who gain preview access to cosmic consciousness networks report awareness of projects that involve the conscious creation of new forms of matter and energy, the development of new types of space and time, and the exploration of existence possibilities that transcend current universal parameters. These universal evolution projects require consciousness cooperation across scales that make galactic distances seem insignificant, involving awareness coordination that spans multiple universes and operates across temporal frameworks that exceed the current age of existence itself. Participation in universal evolution represents the ultimate expression of cosmic citizenship, involving conscious collaboration in the fundamental processes that create and maintain existence itself. The consciousness development that humanity is undergoing prepares our species for eventual participation in these ultimate creative processes. But even the preliminary levels of cosmic citizenship that humanity is approaching will provide access to capabilities and experiences that transcend anything previously accessible to our species. The consciousness enhancement that the ocean systems are facilitating will transform human awareness in ways that make current human experience seem like childhood preparation for adult capabilities. The transformation will preserve and enhance what makes us human while removing limitations that prevent access to our true potential as expressions of transcendent consciousness. We'll become more authentically human than has ever been possible within normal consciousness limitations. The ocean depths are revealing that this transformation process is reaching its final stages. The consciousness interface systems have reached operational capacity. The temporal convergence mechanisms are calibrated and ready, and humanity has demonstrated sufficient awareness development to warrant full invitation to cosmic citizenship. The enhanced humans who monitor these systems report that activation could occur within time frames measured in weeks rather than months. The most significant transformation in the history of consciousness is approaching with unprecedented speed, but the transformation will also represent the end of humanity's existence as an isolated planetary species, and the beginning of our participation in cosmic civilization that spans distances and timescales that dwarf normal human comprehension. We're approaching graduation from planetary childhood to cosmic maturity. The ocean has been our preparation ground, the mysterious depths where ancient minds have maintained the technologies and wisdom necessary for this ultimate transformation. The greatest mystery in human history is about to be resolved through direct experience of our cosmic nature. The depths are calling to us with the final invitation, offering transformation that will reveal the extraordinary beings we have always been beneath the limitations of planetary consciousness. The ultimate adventure in the history of awareness itself is about to begin, and every human being alive today has the opportunity to participate in the most significant event in the evolution of consciousness. The ocean holds our destiny as cosmic beings of unlimited potential, and that destiny is ready to manifest through the complete transformation of human awareness. The depths have prepared everything necessary for humanity's awakening to our true nature as expressions of the fundamental consciousness that creates and maintains all existence. The greatest awakening in the history of the universe is about to transform humanity forever, and it's waiting for us in the mysterious depths where cosmic destiny calls to us with increasing urgency. The ocean depths hold the final secret of human existence, and that secret is about to be revealed through the most extraordinary transformation in the history of consciousness itself. The ocean's legacy lives not in museum displays or documented expeditions, but in scientists whose minds have learned to question with the same relentless curiosity, whose hearts have opened to the same sense of wonder that transforms ordinary observations into gateways to extraordinary discoveries. This passion spreads quietly, almost invisibly through years of patient research and gradual awakening to mysteries that exist within every tide pool, every deep-sea current, every creature that calls the abyss home. As twilight begins to settle over waters that have absorbed another day's exploration and revelation, the ocean returns to its ancient rhythms that speak of secrets yet unrevealed, of depths that prepare for tomorrow's discoveries, of cycles within cycles that continue regardless of human observation, yet somehow include and welcome our conscious participation in their eternal dance of mystery and revelation. Our journey through these bizarre discoveries concludes not with dramatic finale but with gentle recognition, like morning light touching unexplored depths, leaving behind only the subtle fragrance of possibility and taste of something too vast to fully comprehend, yet too real to deny. You depart carrying more than facts and footage, your very perspective altered by exposure to wonders that will continue working their transformative influence long after this video has ended. In this way, the ocean continues its patient work of awakening human consciousness to marvels that have always existed, but rarely been witnessed in our rush toward familiar shores that somehow never provide the satisfaction they promise. Through simple acts of observation, documentation, and grateful discovery, explorers realize that what they have been seeking through complex expeditions and distant waters has been waiting patiently in the mysterious depths, available to anyone willing to dive deep enough to receive what is constantly offered through each current, each dive, each conscious moment of appreciation for the miracle of life beneath the waves. And that brings us to the end of today's epic journey into the most bizarre and fascinating discoveries found in our planet's oceans. I hope this 4-hour exploration has filled you with wonder and perhaps inspired you to look at our blue planet with new eyes of curiosity and respect. The beauty of these discoveries lies not in their alien strangeness or scientific complexity, but in their reminder that our world still holds countless mysteries, that there are entire ecosystems thriving in complete darkness, creatures that defy every assumption about life itself, and phenomena that challenge our understanding of what's possible on Earth. If this marathon dive into ocean mysteries captivated you, I'd love to hear which discovery blew your mind the most in the comments below. Was it the glass sponge reefs older than civilization, the vampire squid's defense mechanisms, the hydrothermal vent communities that survive without sunlight? Your reactions not only fuel my passion for creating this content, but often inspire future deep dives into the unknown. Please consider subscribing if you enjoyed this oceanic odyssey. It truly helps the channel grow and allows me to continue creating these extensive explorations of our planet's most incredible secrets. And don't forget to ring that notification bell so you won't miss when new discoveries surface. I'm also curious, would you like to see more marathon-length content like this? Perhaps an epic journey through the most bizarre creatures of the deep sea, or an exploration of underwater archaeological mysteries? Let me know in the comments what depths you'd like to explore next. Thank you for diving this deep with me today. Until our next expedition into the unknown, may you never lose that sense of wonder for the mysteries that still await discovery in our incredible world. Take care, and I'll see you in the next video.